How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final
What up, everyone? Happy Friday. We did it. We made it through another week. And now we're going to kick back and watch woke training like we always do. And, you know, I've got a really interesting training that we're going to be watching. I don't know why my hair looks so big, by the way. I don't know why my hair looks so big. I can't control Amazon Tolkien fan, but we do hope that Amazon maybe it just takes a minute. Maybe you just need to refresh or something. I don't know what's going on with Amazon, but I do appreciate you leaving trying to leave a review, and maybe just go back in a couple days and try again. That would be pretty great. So we've got an interesting presentation today, and I think it was Mizakan who sent this to me. And I think he was like, I've already watched part of this, and she says the quiet part out loud in the first 10 minutes, which is no surprise when it comes to Judith Butler, because Judith Butler is, of course, one of the godparents of queer theory, along with Michel Foucault. And Judith Butler is the person that advanced the idea that gender is performative, that we perform our gender. Gender is not an innate part of ourselves. We perform our gender. And this is the basis of Drag Queen Story Hour, because of course, Drag Queen Story Hour is about the idea. It's not about grooming kids. It's not in the way you think. It's not about sexualizing kids. It's not about that at all. Drag Queen Story Hour is about teaching kids that gender is a performance, and that you can change your gender as easily as changing an outfit. And isn't it fun to put on sparkles and frilly things and be a larger-than-life cartoon character? That is what Drag Queen Story Hour is about, and that is all based on Judith Butler's work around gender performativity. We've watched Judith Butler many times on the channel. She should not be someone new for people who have kind of kept up with the content. But what is interesting to me is why in the ever-loving F is Judith Butler speaking at the new college in Florida? That's interesting. Not even just speaking at the new college in Florida, but being interviewed by the new college presidential scholar in residence, which would seem to be like a pretty big deal. Now, for those of you who don't know about the new college in Florida, the new college in Florida is the college in which Ron DeSantis put a whole bunch of conservatives on the board so they could allegedly get rid of all the woke bullshit at the college, including Chris Rufo, who is currently still to this day, Chris Rufo is still on the board of directors at New College, or the board, excuse me, not the board of directors, the board of trustees. He's on the board of trustees at the new college in Florida. So I was quite frankly a little bit, surprised to find out that less than a month ago, after Donald Trump had issued his first round of executive orders around gender, by the way. So this comes after Donald Trump has said, we are going to teach that there are two sexes and that there are men and women, and we're not going to do any more of this non-binary bullshit. And if you do any of this, we are going to pull your federal funding. So this talk took place after those executive orders were issued. At the college that is supposed to be the flagship anti-woke college. Now, do people understand why I say that Donald Trump is not going to save you? The executive orders are not going to save you, because the left just keeps marching forward. They just keep doing the same things that they've always done. And I guarantee you, in this presentation, I haven't seen any of it, but I've heard about it from Musican, and Musican said that they said the quiet part out loud. I also know what Judith Butler says, because we watched Judith Butler many times before. I guarantee you that in this presentation, Judith Butler is going to go against Donald Trump's executive orders. So what does that mean? What does that mean in terms of if the new college is still going to have federal funding or not? Because obviously and clearly they are still teaching things that are supposed to be banned in Florida. Wasn't Ron DeSantis the one that said, oh, we're going to stop woke in the state of Florida? And I was always the one that said, no, you're not, and here's how you're not going to do it. And then ding, Judith Butler's not from Florida. So why is she speaking at a public college in Florida? The questions abound. And, I bring this up because it's not as though the Trump administration is not following through on some of their threats to cut funding for colleges. We found out today, and I actually think this is a really interesting development, the Trump administration is canceling $400 million of federal funding to our favorite woke indoctrination center, Columbia University. Now, Columbia University is the epicenter of communist indoctrination in America. When the Jewish intellectuals at the Frankfurt School had to flee Germany in the 30s, these are the people who came up with who invented critical theory, who invented the basis of all the critical race theory, critical gender studies, critical queer theory. All the critical theories came out of the Frankfurt School in Germany. And then when they fled Germany, they set up shop at Columbia University. Columbia has always and forever produced the most far-left radicals of any college in the country, to include Harvard, to include Yale, to include Penn, all the other ones. Columbia is number one by a long shot, and it's not even close. Teachers College at Columbia University, it produces the most woke teachers. Every single time we see a teacher that went to Columbia University, they are crazy. And they've been teaching in public schools for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades. And what's more, everyone knows Columbia does this. It's very, very clear. Columbia was the epicenter of the campus protests last year. They are turning into the epicenter again of the campus protests this year. They've been protesting. You wouldn't know this from watching conservative media, but the Columbia students are still protesting on campus. People are getting arrested. People are getting expelled. And now the Trump administration is coming in and cracking down and taking away $400 million of federal funding. Now, on one hand, I'm of two minds about this. On one hand, I think this is good, because Columbia is a woke epicenter and needs to be abolished. So I'm not opposed to $400 million in grants being cut. But let's not pretend for 1 second that the Trump administration believes in free speech. No. We're not playing this game here. No. Let's not pretend for 1 red second that the Trump administration or Republicans or the GOP or any of these other people believe in free speech. You want to know why? Because the $400 million in grants was not taken away because Columbia University is an epicenter for leftist indoctrination and has been for almost 100 years. The $400 million in grants was taken away because of the student protests, these students exercising free speech. And you can say, but some of those students were violent. All you want. That's not the majority of students, and that's not the majority of what's happening. And anyone who says otherwise is just lying. And we know that because we have literally watched on the ground coverage, and we know that's the truth. I don't support people destroying property. I don't support students taking over buildings. I don't support violence in any way, shape, or form. But the fact of the matter is that when the bullshit originally started escalating at Columbia, the students were doing nothing except exercising their right to free speech to go against what Israel is doing in Palestine. This is not about Jew hate. It's not. Know how we know that? Because there are literally Jewish groups involved in the organizing at Columbia. Jewish Voices for Peace are Jewish students. Columbia University students have held multiple press conferences in which Jewish students spoke, and they said, we are against Israel, we are against what Israel is doing. There were rabbis on campus at Columbia at the encampments. They were having Shabbat dinner. Don't tell me this is about Jew hate. It's not. It never was. And this is why I start to have a little bit of a problem. Do you guys remember when all of a sudden last year there were all these hearings in Congress about anti-Semitism on college campuses? There was hearing after hearing after hearing after hearing after hearing in Congress about the scourge of anti-Semitism on college campuses, when it was never about anti-Semitism. These are far-left radical revolutionaries. They don't care if people are Jewish. They care if people are private property owners and bourgeois capitalists. We all know that because we have spent an exorbitant amount of time in the last year watching directly what the protesters were saying, watching directly what the activists were saying. We have seen all the primary source evidence. This has never been about Jew hate. This has never been about holocausting the Jews in Israel. It has never been about that, not for one red second. It has always and forever been about Israel perpetrating a genocide in Palestine, and Congress and every fucking bought-off politician not wanting students to exercise their free speech against what is going on. It has always been about silencing free speech when it comes to our greatest ally that never does anything for us, because Israel literally never does anything for us. Everyone knows that, right? Israel literally never does anything for us. They take billions of dollars from us every single fucking year. They never do anything for us except demand that we give them more money, and now demanding that we are going to go and fight their war with Iran for them with the blood of American children. And this is the most telling thing. Because when it comes to alleged anti-Semitism or Jew hate or all of this other bullshit that isn't even real, they have congressional hearing after congressional hearing after congressional hearing. When it comes to this, they are willing to pull $400 million in federal funding from Columbia. Where the fuck were they when Columbia has been literally creating communists for generations? Columbia University is one of the reasons that the left is winning in this country, and Republicans and Trump and the GOP and no politician in Washington ever did shit about it. And they could have the entire fucking time. You know what's so telling about all of this blustering around anti-Semitism and Jew hate. It's that they always could have cracked down on communist indoctrination in higher education and in public schools. They could have held congressional hearing after congressional hearing after congressional hearing after congressional hearing about that. They could have pulled their fucking federal funding, because in reality, it is actually against the law to teach communism in this country. Like, literally, it is against the law. They could have done this at any point. Did they ever do it? No. But they did it for students exercising their free speech rights in a way that offended Israel. Everyone should be offended by this. Everyone that has ever been concerned about the impact of the far left in this country should be downright offended by this. And again, I'm not opposed to taking federal funding away from Columbia. I'm opposed to the reason that they did it. If they took away $400 million in federal funding because Columbia has been turning out communist graduates for a fucking generations, fine. That at least tells me they care about something that's real. But they didn't do that. They took it away because they don't like students exercising their free speech rights. So don't ever tell me that Trump is supporting individual liberties and Trump is anti-censorship. Bullshit. Bullshit. The right was never the party of individual liberties. Republicans were never the party of individual liberties. They were never the party of free speech. They lied to me. They lied to you. They used it as an own on the left when the left was doing all this cancer culture bullshit back in the first Trump presidency. Oh, we would never do that. We are the party of individual liberties and we are the big tent and we just want everyone to be able to speak. Bullshit. Bullshit. Columbia students should be able to protest for whatever the fuck they want. And if I don't agree with them, guess what? I don't have to pay attention to them and I don't have to implement their ideas. But they did nothing when it came to leftist indoctrination. They don't even know that the protests are leftist indoctrination. They have no fucking idea that the current round of campus protests has nothing to fucking do with hating Jews at all. They don't give a flying fuck if they are Jewish. They care that they are revolutionaries. That's what it is. And anyone who has actually spent any significant amount of time listening to the left at all in any way knows that this is true. So you know what? I call bullshit on this. This shows us how they could have been fighting communism all along. If they actually cared about fighting communism, it shows us that they never had the will to do what was required to defeat the left. But they'll pull out all the stops to kiss Benjamin Netanyahu's ass, won't they? Anyone who has ever been concerned about the left should be downright offended by this. And it doesn't matter if you think colleges should receive federal funding or not. I personally don't think there should be any federal funding for shit. That's not the point. The point is not what they are doing. The point is why they are doing it. And the why will tell you what you can expect about them or from them moving forward. And there ain't no fighting communism. Because all of the protesters are communists. Everyone understands this, right? All of the protesters at Columbia are communists. They are far left radical revolutionaries. They are working with far left radical revolutionary groups. We know who the organizers are. We've known for a long ass time. I have the Party of Socialism and Liberation on video in 2022 talking about how they were going to fucking do this. But no one cares about that. For all the screaming about communism, Kamala's a communist, Democrats are communists, Marxism, for all the screaming that the right does, they don't actually care about defeating communism. They only care about getting on their knees and sucking the cock of Israel, and that is it. And this proves it. And if I'm being honest, I suspect that's exactly why Judith Butler is speaking at the new College of Florida even though the new college is supposed to be an explicitly anti-woke college, and even though Ron DeSantis has said we are going to stop woke in the state of Florida, this is a publicly funded college. Because they don't actually care about doing it. It's all just media stunt after media stunt, narrative builder after narrative builder, approved talking points after approved talking points. But do they actually care about the end result? No. Because if they did, there is no way in this universe that Judith Butler would have been featured as a speaker at the New College of Florida on the topic that she's going to talk about. There is no chance of this happening if they actually cared about the things that they claim to care about. People have got to start waking up. You know, I had someone on Twitter today say, I used to follow Carlin 4 years ago, but then I just don't know what happened, and she started saying the craziest things, and so I unfollowed her. This is the typical conservative mindset. Conservatives only want to hear the talking points that make them feel good. And the minute that you stop saying the talking points that make them feel good, they say, you're crazy. You've gone crazy. I just don't know what happened to you. You used to be so different. No, the difference was I was speaking the talking points you wanted me to say in 2020 because I was being a team player and I was behaving responsibly. And then after that, I started actually thinking and speaking for myself and not following the approved narrative anymore. And that's when I became crazy, according to conservatives. But for my money, if I actually care about stopping the left, if I actually care about legitimately defeating the Marxist cultural revolution, then shit like this wouldn't happen under my watch. Sadly, I'm not on the board of trustees at the New College in Florida. Chris Rufo is on the board of trustees at the New College in Florida, and still this event is happening, and no one has said nothing about it. So we're going to watch it. And we're going to see what happened. And we're going to see what was said. And we're going to see how many things violated what Ron DeSantis claims to have banned in Florida. And we're going to see how many things Judith Butler said that flat out violates Trump's executive orders. All on the dime of a publicly funded so-called anti-woke college in Florida in the form of the New College in Florida. That's what we're going to do. KWR, Carlin was right. Always, always, always. Thank you, Judy. Tolkien fan in with the super sticker for $20. Mary Kazmar in with the super sticker for $20. Thank you, guys. Let's get the ticker going here. Maybe we can meet our goal today. That'd be pretty great. We also do have Bitchcraft tomorrow. We do every once a month on Saturdays. We do a Bitchcraft on Saturdays. It's at 3 p.m. How you get invited to the Bitchcraft is you join my main Substack. This, not that one, that one. Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. Join as a supporter for $8 a month, $80 a year. Once you do that, click on this digest email labeled March 2nd. Scroll all the way down to the bottom. And underneath this red box, when you are a paid supporter, you will find a link to our Bitchcraft call that is happening tomorrow at 3 p.m. And you're also going to get access, although I haven't posted this information yet. We're doing the Queer Rope Conference. Okay? We have to do it this weekend. I have been dawdling long enough. We have all the recordings from the Queer Rope Conference. And we're going to be watching them on Sunday. Okay? Sunday is the day. We're going to do a marathon Queer Rope Conference. That is also only going to be for supporters on Substack or Locals or Patreon or Twitter subscribers or YouTube channel members. So if you are doing any of those things, then you are going to get access to the Marathon Queer Rope Conference that we're going to be watching on Sunday. And I apologize for it taking this long. I just have other stuff to do. But Sunday, we've got a good bunch of time. What is Queer Rope? Well, queer people are really into bondage and BDSM and kink. And they're getting freaky with their queer selves over several days of recordings that we have. We're not going to watch the entire thing, but we'll watch the ones. Trendolyn has been good enough to preview the Queer Rope Conference for us. She has told me what are the good presentations and what are the bad presentations and what we should watch. And so we'll be watching them on Sunday, and we'll see what happened, and you're welcome. And I'm sorry it took so long, but you're welcome. Trendolin has assured me that we will see things that cannot be unseen. So I'm looking forward to that. So we will be doing that on Sunday. And again, that is going to be for supporters on my main Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. So go ahead, get signed up over there if you would like access to those things. And I will be sending out the links and all that stuff, because it's not going to be public, because it can't be public because I would get in trouble for that. But we can do it among supporters, and, you know, we can have our own little private fun where the queer rope experts can't find us. So you can do that. Also, last night I launched the second chapter of my new book that I'm working on called Be Gay, Do Crime, the story of the Mary Nardini gang. And I really want to, I don't mean to pat myself on the back. I'm already almost done the third chapter, by the way. I don't mean to pat myself on the back. This book is coming out really effing good. Essentially what I'm doing is I'm going back and I'm analyzing the rise of queer militancy with the Mary Nardini gang as like the central character, telling the story of the creation of the Mary Nardini gang, going through and analyzing all their writings, talking about the larger, broader context which this exists in. This is the hidden story of the evolution of queer activism. Literally no one else has told you about before. This stuff has never been written. There has never been a written volume about the Mary Nardini gang. Not even by the left, by the way, because I've looked and I can't find it. So I'm actually really proud of the way this is coming together. And we've got the first chapter. The first chapter is also on my main Substack, by the way, called The Gathering Storm. The second chapter is going into the evolution of queer activism from the reclamation of the pink triangle, which you see in the queer anarchist symbol, through the ACT UP period where they were doing AIDS activism. We're actually going to be watching an ACT UP documentary tomorrow for Socialism Saturday. This is one of the first queer activist movements, was the ACT UP movement that happened in the 80s in response to the Reagan administration's lack of response to what was going on with the AIDS pandemic and stuff like that. This is where you started to see the birth of militant queer activism, was in that movement, and it's actually really fascinating. Kazmar! Gifting 5 memberships on the channel. Let's see who got one. Let's see. Brown Barbaloot. Adrian, Debbie got one, Claudia got one, and Gayla got one. Congratulations to everyone who got a membership. Appreciate it. And so I really want to encourage everyone to check this out. This is an exclusive for the Red Menace Collective members. Obviously, the Red Menace Collective is separate from my main Substack. This is where I'm writing my books. This is where I'm spending most of my time these days because I have a lot of things I want to say. I'm actually putting all of the years and years and years of research that I've been doing into this to good use by producing as many books as possible this year on this subject, because no one else wants to write them, so I'll do it. And I'm actually really excited about this subject matter, and I'm really excited about the way the book is turning out. And I have to give a special shout out to Reagan, because it was actually so funny. Because literally as I was finishing chapter 2 last night, Reagan DMs me on Discord, and you can find this zine in the chapter 2 post on the Red Menace Collective too. Reagan DMs me on Discord. She's like, Carlyn, I found this zine and you have to see it. And this is a zine that came out in the same time period as I'm covering in this chapter called The Bloodline of Resistance. And in this zine, you can actually see the pictures from this period. So you can see these are the people that I was literally writing about in the chapter. These are the things they were saying. These were their documents back then. This is all the primary source stuff. And Reagan found a zine. That's the Mary Nardini gang right there. Look at that. That's them marching in the Pride Festival in Milwaukee. So, and these pictures are going to be included in the book too. But you can see Bashback. That was one of the precursors to the Mary Nardini gang. No Pride in Corporate Greed. That's Bashback. And it's just really cool. Them flipping off the human rights campaign. There were, and it was so funny because I was literally writing in the chapter about the rebellion against the human rights campaign and how they were doing that. And Reagan swoops in and is like, I've got pictures of this. I was like, oh shit. Let's see. There's another anti-human rights campaign thing. It's really amazing. It's really amazing to go back. Here's some more pictures of them. This is when they took over a church. This was actually a central part in the chapter. I told Reagan, I was like, you're going to laugh when you read this chapter because literally everything in this zine is what I wrote about in the chapter. And she had no idea I was literally working on it. It was just like, it's such a good find. Reagan, it was just the most perfect find at the most perfect time. It was just, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. So we have all their primary. And the thing of it is I knew this zine existed because I had heard about it. I just hadn't actually seen it. Because this stuff is hard to find. Listen, let me just be blunt, guys. Like, this stuff is really effing hard to find sometimes. So you see, it's a whole documented thing. Not sure exactly. Oh, this is literally in Milwaukee. On March 26th, Bashback operatives dropped a banner from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. We heart Lavelle Mixon, who I guess is this person who died by the cops or something. It's just beautiful. 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 It's all right there. And so I really appreciated that contribution. And what I'm going to be doing, guys, is fun fact. Let me just make sure this is true. I think this is true, but we're going to just make sure. We're going to double check just to make sure before I say something. So, fun fact. I own the website queermarxism.com. And I'm going to be building out queermarxism.com to house all of these documents in one place. It's going to be like a companion to the book. So I can't obviously put no, this is all in the Red Menace Collective. That's why it says Red Menace Collective. I'm going to be creating a companion site to the book, though, where you can go and find all of the primary source documents. So we've got a bunch of zines from the era. We've got their primary source writings. I can't publish their full primary source writings because I think they might try to use copyright against me, and I'm just not willing to play that game. And so, but I can put them up on a website because they are publicly available. So people are actually going to be able to go onto the website and see that all of this stuff is documented. This is not and some of the things in this book are going to be crazy, like they are, because these are queer activists, so they're crazy. But that is going to be another project that I'm working on, so people will be able to find it eventually. You can currently find the download to that zine, though, in this chapter for members of the Red Menace Collective. And of course, you guys are the ones that allow me to spend so much time writing these books. I really do appreciate it. The Red Menace Collective is a place where you can see draft chapters of books as I'm writing them before they actually become real books. Now, they do become real books eventually. Of course, you can currently pick up a copy of A Brief History of Racism, which was the first ever book launched out of the Red Menace Collective. This is an analysis of the invention of the term racism and the evolution of the definitions from the time it was invented in 1902 by a guy named Richard Henry Pratt all the way up to today. That is currently available on Amazon, in paperback, and in Kindle. And if you pick it up, make sure you leave a review, 5 stars only. If you got anything less than 5 stars, please keep it to yourself. But I had a really good time writing this book. It is a teeny tiny little book. It is a very quick read. And that is available on Amazon currently. And then next week, you will be able to get Debunking the Communist Manifesto. Now, for members of the Red Menace Collective, you can actually already download the full book. So one of the perks of being a member of the Red Menace Collective is that you get a PDF copy of the digital book before it gets released publicly. So people who are members of the Red Menace Collective can actually go and download the entire 400-page book right now on redmenacecollective.substack.com. But if you want the paperback version, you are going to be able to get it. It is coming out on March 14th, which is the anniversary of Karl Marx's death. I'm still battling with Amazon to get the pre-order up, but I feel like we're this close. I feel like we're almost there. Amazon is going to get it up, and you're going to be able to get it next week. Okay? So that is also available. So did queer activists just... No, queer activists... No. You need to go read the book. Queer activists never aligned with the Human Rights Campaign. This is one of the lies that conservatives have told their audience. Guys, everyone needs to unlearn everything you think you know about queer activism, because conservatives fucked this up from the very beginning. Let me tell you how. Queer activists were never in favor of gay marriage. They were never in favor of gay equality. That was all bullshit. The Human Rights Campaign are liberals. They weren't the actual problem. So no, queer activists literally never used the Human Rights Campaign. Queer activists were always opposed to the Human Rights Campaign. And so people need to start separating these things. There were gay rights activists that wanted marriage equality and wanted to be included in the military. Those people were never the problem. This is why conservatives are so dumb when they're talking about repealing gay marriage. Literally, the conversations that conservatives are having around getting rid of gay marriage is the stupidest fucking thing they could do, because queer activists don't want gay marriage to be legalized. They never wanted gay marriage to be legalized. They were fighting about it back in the mid-2000s. And this is all documented. And had conservatives bothered to actually listen to the people who are the real enemy, rather than like just making shit up that wasn't real, we would have so many less problems right now. Conservatives allowed the rise of militant queer activism. This is because of conservative fecklessness. This is because they didn't bother to understand the enemy that they were fighting. All the really crazy shit, the gender stuff, the transing of kids, the non-binary shit, the genderqueer shit, the abolish the family shit, all of that is because conservatives allowed militant queer activism to rise in the 80s under Reagan, and then it got really big in the 2000s under George W. Bush. So my recommendation, Johnny, is go read the book. Because you're going to see what happened. And you're going to see how it was misconstrued by conservative influencers in order to score political points. And if it doesn't make you angry at the GOP and the Republican Party for them allowing this bullshit to happen, they are the reason kids are being transed right now. I promise you. They are the reason. Conservatives are the reason that an entire generation of kids thinks that they're non-fucking binary. Because they did nothing to stop it. Because they didn't understand the enemy that they were fighting. And they just gave the enemy like a clear path to do whatever the fuck they wanted. This is why I really emphasize, guys, you got to listen to the left. You got to know what the left believes. You got to know what the left thinks. Because if you don't, you are not going to be fighting the correct enemy. Yup. There are actually bills in different states right now, Suzanne, where they're trying to repeal gay marriage. And I'm like, oh, so you assholes want the queer activists to win. You literally want the queer activists to win. You want to give the queer activists whatever they want. And then they're like, we're going to kick trans people out of the military. Guess what? Queer activists don't want trans people in the military. They don't want anything to do with the military. They literally have conservatives doing the work for them. Now, I'm not suggesting that trans people should be in the military. I don't think that they should be for other reasons, though, because the why is actually the most important. I don't think trans people should be in the military because they have mental health problems and they need to go treat their mental health problems. That's fine. But just understand, real queer activists never wanted to be in the military in the first place. They talked about it openly. Real queer activists never wanted to get married in the first place. They talked about it openly. And they talked about it in public where everyone could see it and no one bothered to listen. This stuff, if it isn't obvious, it boils my fucking blood. How much conservatives dropped the ball and how much Republicans dropped the ball. Well, they had this hubris of we are the critical thinkers and we are the opposition to the left. No, you're not the opposition to the left. You are the fucking lapdogs of the left. This is why the left has no problem with conservatives. Conservatives literally allow them to win every single time. Anyway, I'm going to stop ranting about it now. But I could keep ranting about it for hours and hours and hours. Instead, I'll just ask you, if you want to know the real history of the rise of queer activism, which happened in the Midwest, not in San Francisco, not in Seattle, not in New York City, not in Portland, it happened in fucking Milwaukee, in conjunction with Chicago and Bloomington, Indiana, and Minneapolis. It literally happened in the Midwest. You think Trump's going to save you? Queer activism bubbled up under Reagan. and then it dramatically expanded under George W. Bush. That's reality. And this is the documented history that you're going to find in this book. You're going to be able to see their words for yourself. You're going to be able to find out what they actually think. And if it doesn't boil your blood, I just don't know what is. So, if you want access to that information before the book is published, which will be on May 1, head over to redmenacecollective.substack.com. You can sign up for a membership. This is separate from my main Substack. $10 a month, $100 a year. You get access to all the draft chapters of the books before they're published, so you get advance access to the information. Remember, just when you think you can't hate or can't stand conservatism enough, you realize you don't hate them enough. Yeah. Yep. True. True. All right. Do I have anything else to say? Nope. Let's get into our presentation, shall we? Let us get into our presentation. Everyone, please make sure you mount the like button for me. Everyone, please make sure you are subscribed to the channel if you're not already. Let me get my setup here. We are going to be watching Judith Butler at the New College in Florida. If you feel so inclined to support the work I'm doing by sending me in a super chat through this, I do have a $100 super chat goal for today. This allows me to spend so much time streaming with you guys, which I really appreciate. Oh, by the way, I'm not drinking today. So, I forgot. No, I forgot because normally I have a beer on Friday. You guys can totally have a beer. I'm just not in a drinking mood. I even said to Victor, Victor was like, Carlin, I'll go buy you something. I was like, no, I don't want beer. I'm not in a drinking mood. I don't know. I'm going through a phase. I feel like I want to do more writing after this, and I feel like drinking makes me loopy, and I just don't want to drink. So you guys are welcome to have a beer, though. I don't have any beer for today. Maybe I'll have some tomorrow. Probably will have some on Sunday if I'm honest about it. But no happy hour for me today. And I don't know. I was like, do I really want to force myself to drink if I'm not in the mood to drink? Probably not. That probably seems like a little alcoholic. So we're chilling. But everyone else can drink. And if you're drinking something fun, let us know what you're drinking. I will be drinking coffee out of my big mug. Cheers. All right. Well, let's get this party started. Oh! Listen to the dramatic music. Let me find the beginning. All right, here we go. Here's the beginning.
Thank you for that warm applause. No, it's wonderful to have Dr. Butler with us, and as you all know, our presidential scholar in residence, Dr. Fish. I joked with him last year during the Socratic stage. We called him Michael Jordan because he was always dueling with, Richard Epstein from University of Chicago, but he was the amazing entertainment at many of our great Socratic stages last year. But this is a great event. As you know, the Socratic stage, we only started, it's in its infancy. We're really kind of transitioning to year 2. If you haven't looked at the website, it's an amazing lineup of people that we have coming. And it just already booking for the fall and next spring. So it's just been fantastic. Dr. Butler is someone that we have been chasing probably for a year and trying to coordinate schedules and times. We were super ecstatic when she was able to make it for this spring. Our Socratic stage really came about just trying to say, how can you have, quote Justice Brandeis, the way to fight against or war against or challenge truths, perceived truths, falsehoods, all of those things is not with silence, it's with more speech. And so the concept was we could have a forum, we could have great free speech and have more and more of it and just bring in the great debates of the time and show the world that we can do it civilly, we can do it wonderfully, and everybody can take something away from it and learn. And that's what we're doing. The entire Socratic stage has been underwritten with just tremendous generosity, but no one more than Michael and Ling Markovitz, who are sitting right here. So I'd ask you guys to stand, please.
Interesting. Oh, so the bigwig donors funded Judith Butler to be at New College. Isn't that interesting?
And with that, we will get to the celebrities. The first is Dr. Judith Butler. She's the distinguished professor in the graduate school at the University of California, Berkeley. And I want everyone to have a great time, but if we can just keep it where...
Hang on. When he said that she's a she, they shouted they. Listen to this.
To the celebrities. The first is Dr. Judith Butler. She's the distinguished professor.
You hear that? The guy introducing called Judith Butler a she, and the audience members shouted out they, because Judith Butler is not a she. Judith Butler is a they, them.
In the graduate school at the University of California, Berkeley. And I want everyone to have a great time, but if we can just keep it where the conversation here. In fact, we're going to have Q&A afterwards, so if you have a question afterwards, we like to say during that Q&A period, if it's a 30-second question, it's probably an amazingly good question. If it's a minute question, it's probably so-so, and after a minute, it's not a good question. So if somebody wants to be a part of the Socratic stage, we will invite you and get with Alexandra, but we really came to listen to Dr. Butler and Dr. Fish. But if we could just have a full civil discourse throughout the whole process, it would be a wonderful evening for everybody. Thank you. Dr. Butler is the author of several books, including Who's Afraid of Gender and Gender Trouble, Feminism and the Subversion of Identity. Dr. Butler has been active in several human rights organizations, including the Center for Constitutional Rights in New York and the Academic Council of Jewish Voice for Peace. Dr. Butler received the Adorno Prize from the city of Frankfurt for outstanding contributions to feminist and moral philosophy.
Whoa! Judith Butler received the Adorno Prize from the city of Frankfurt. Adorno was one of the original Marxist scholars in the Frankfurt School, and now Judith Butler is receiving the Adorno Prize.
The Brudner Prize from Yale University for Lifetime Achievement in Gay and Lesbian Studies, the Catalan International Prize in 2022, and the American Council of Learned Society for Lifetime Achievement. Dr. Butler is a member of the American Philosophical Society, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and is a corresponding fellow of the British Academy. Dr. Butler has received grants from the Mellon Foundation for collaborative work in critical theory and holds 15 honorary degrees. Dr. Butler. Dr. Stanley Fish brings more than 60 years of scholarship with him to New College, where he serves, as I said, as a presidential scholar in residence. His incredible career has included stops at Duke, Johns Hopkins, Cal Berkeley. There is even a dedicated library archive of his work at the University of California, Irvine. Last week, we had a Socratic stage with a renowned professor, Dr. Deneen from Notre Dame. We had a reception before the Socratic stage, and in came Dr. Fish to partake in the reception, and Dr. Deneen almost fell to his knees in absolute admiration for Dr. Fish. But Dr. Fish is also has held the title of Davidson Kahn Distinguished University Professor and Professor of Law at Florida International University, Dean Emeritus of the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences at the University of Illinois at Chicago. The Chicago Tribune named Dr. Fish the Chicagoan of the Year for Culture in 2003. In the past 30 years, there have been some 200 articles, books, parts of books, dissertations, review articles devoted to his work. Dr. Fish earned his undergraduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania and his master's and PhD from Yale. Professor Fish has published more than 20 books, and his latest is Law in the Movies, Oxford 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Fish.
Thank you very much, President Cochran.
Uh-oh.
Look, now I ask you.
He's not even speaking into the mic.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, use the mic.
How about this?
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I ask you, does this person look like someone who is undermining Western civilization?
Yes. Explicitly. Yes,
It's
actually.
Judith Butler, a Yale PhD, as you have heard, who taught at a number of major institutions, and for some time now has been in the Department of Rhetoric and Complete at UC Berkeley. And, as your president has already said, an international superstar. Higher education is an enterprise of disciplines. And what that means is that most of us who write are writing to fellow workers in fairly narrow, demarcated fields. And we are responded to by those same fellow workers. Small groups like the Milton Society of America, to which I belong, and after 400 years, we're still trying to figure out what Milton meant by the phrase two-handed engine in Lycidas.
Well, that's actually a really good point. I just want to stop there because, like, this is a process issue people don't understand. The way that all this leftist bullshit got created is actually very, very simple. Someone wrote it in a paper. They presented it at a conference. Then someone else who's an academic responded by writing a paper and responded in presenting their work at a conference. And maybe every once in a while, that one of those people or both of those people turned those papers into books in which they were talking at each other. This might seem a little pedantic, but I really want people to understand there is not a significant number of people that have influenced the world in terms of leftist thought. It's not an extraordinary number of people. It's people who are militant activists that are just out there writing these ideas down and then responding to people who are also writing these ideas down. And sometimes only a few people will read their ideas at first, and then the idea snowballs and it balloons and more people read it, but it literally starts with someone writing down an idea and then another person responding to the idea. And then they go back and forth. And the reason I bring this up is people think that it takes an extraordinary number of people. This is what we always hear on the internet, right? Well, Carlin, how many views does that video even have? How many people were even there? Well, that's actually not the point. The point is that they're out there creating these ideas, putting these ideas into the world, putting them into the system where over time they will become influential. It doesn't matter how many views this video has. Let me just look at it. 1,000 views. This video has 1,000 views. And so for people on the internet, they're going to go, no one even watched that. It doesn't matter. No, it does matter. Because this is how these ideas are propagated. And this is how these ideas are spread. It's not about YouTube views. It's about putting them out there in the real world, talking to the right people, connecting to the right people, getting them into the ecosystem. And once they're in the ecosystem, that's where they gain power. Does everyone understand this?
That's what we do. Aside from the other 499,
that's literally how academia
no one
works.
is interested. And that's the way it is in many academic contexts. You write for your close colleagues. But sometimes an academic will...
Like when you're presenting at a conference, you'd be lucky to get 1,000 people in the room. Most conferences have a couple hundred people. But when we look back on the significant moments of these works, you see it was presented at this conference and that conference and this conference over here. These are not huge events. These are a couple hundred people. It doesn't mean they're not significant.
Write something that for any number of reasons speaks to many disciplines. And I'm thinking, for example, of Noam Chomsky, whose vocabulary of deep and surface structure, or Edward Said, whose discourses on colonialism and post-colonialism, or Clifford Geertz, who introduced the idea of thick description. These people wrote in a discipline, but their work reached many disciplines. And then there are a few, even in this rarefied group, who break out of the academy entirely and become public figures, public intellectuals. And sometimes they become so well known that they can be hanged in effigy, which is something that has happened to our guest today. Why? Why would anyone do that to this obviously nice person?
Wow.
Well, one answer is an idea that she developed and introduced in one of her early books, and one that many of you will be familiar with, gendered performativity. That is, the idea that gender is not a fixed feature rooted in biology and therefore in objective fact, whatever that is, but is the production of or the performance of
Objective fact, whatever that is. I'm sorry, aren't we supposed to be watching the new College of Florida where they were going to ban all this woke ideology? And now one of their presidential scholars in residence is saying objective fact, whatever that is, and promoting the idea of gender performativity? Again?
that is, the idea that gender is not a fixed feature rooted in biology and therefore in objective fact, whatever that is, but is the production of or the performance of coded actions and verbal formulations that bring into being the very thing they point to and signify.
So far, that is an explicit violation of Trump's executive order around gender. I hope people understand this. Trump has literally banned this from being taught, and yet here it is, new college in Florida.
So there's no bottom line, no absolute essential personhood, but rather personhood always on the wing and undergoing, at least potentially, repeated improvisation. That's scary enough to many people. But when you add to that, or when you extend that thesis, as Judith Butler has, to biology itself and to other entities that seem to most people to be just there, like the family, the facts of nature, or the fixity of norms, when you do that, many people become very nervous.
Because you're explicitly advancing a communist ideology with the goal of abolishing gender and the nuclear family. Yeah, people should be nervous.
Act sometimes with a force usually reserved for invading armies.
We should be doing it
But
more forcefully, I think.
That's enough of my no doubt inadequate summarizing, because here is the real thing. Judith Butler.
Well, thank you very much. I very much appreciate the invitation. I'm glad to be here and to be, again, in conversation with Stanley Fish. We disagree all the time, but I always find it interesting. And I've learned an enormous amount from him. I agree about the idea that a Socratic dialogue should be careful, and that it involves listening to what people say, listening carefully to language, and responding to what is said, not to what is imagined or what is projected, but really paying attention to the language itself. I did decide about 5 years ago to legally change my civil status, talk about civility, my civil status, to non-binary, and I do go by they. But here's the thing. I ask people to call me that, and whether or not they choose to honor my wishes is up to them, right? Because there's no police force that comes around and says, you got to do this. No, I'm not in favor of the police, actually. Although I'm...
Well, here's a better question, Derek. Here's a better question. Judith Butler has the right to free speech. Judith Butler can say whatever Judith Butler wants to say. Why is Judith Butler being given a stage at the new College of Florida, where Chris Rufo is on the board of trustees, that is explicitly supposed to be an anti-woke college. This happened less than a month ago. This happened after Trump's executive orders that explicitly ban some of the things that Judith Butler teaches and threatens to pull federal funding from colleges who teach those things. Why is Judith Butler being platformed at a taxpayer-funded college in the supposed anti-woke state of Florida? That's a better question. That's the question we should all be asking.
Glad for the security, and I did make sure it was here. But it's a request. It's a petition. This is who I am. This is the language that's right for me. You can, if that is of concern to you, you can call me by what I ask you to call me. But if that's not of concern to you, or you have some other concerns that you believe override my wish, you don't have to do it. Then we're in a little bit of a standoff because I'll feel disrespected, but I'll probably still hang with you because you're still finding your way.
You're still finding your way if you don't use her, they, them pronouns. Okay. All right, Judith.
Okay, so I wrote a book and it has a question as its title, Who is Afraid of Gender? And I guess I should say, in some sense, all of us. If we think of gender as a set of norms that communicate expectations about how we should appear, how we should emerge in the world, what bodily form we should take, how we are to comport ourselves, then there is good reason to worry that one will fail at the test.
No. Derek, you need to watch more of my content. Queer has nothing to do with being gay. It has nothing to do with being a lesbian. It has nothing to do with being trans. Queer is a revolutionary political position. You do not need to be gay to be queer. You do not need to be trans to be queer. Anyone, literally anyone, can be queer. Trans people are not responsible for the gender identity bullshit. Queer people are responsible for the gender identity bullshit. And if you guys don't start learning this, you are literally never going to defeat this. I hope you understand that. Because I cannot why are you even here? Honestly. You need to come back. You need to watch more of this content because you don't understand it, which means you're just like every other conservative. No offense, bro, but you got a lot to learn. This gender stuff is never going away if you guys don't know the difference between trans and queer and gay and queer. It is never happening.
Task required, or that one will turn out to be not enough of a woman or not enough of a man, or too much, or outside the category, or even possibly monstrous. Who sets those rules?
All right, fair enough.
And what freedom is there to change them over time? So gender, conceived as a normative organization of social reality, a set of implicit and sometimes explicit rules that organize.
What does normative mean? Pop quiz for the chat. Judith Butler just says that gender is conceived as normative reality. What does normative mean? Normative does not mean normal, Bobby. It does not mean that at all. What does normative mean? When Judith Butler says that gender is normative, conceived of normative reality, normative means things that uphold capitalism. Cultural norms that uphold capitalism. Normative organization means systems of capitalism. Well, it does mean upholding the gender binary, but the gender binary was created by capitalism. So it means upholding capitalism. Upholding the structures that capitalism created. Normative is subscribing to the norms that uphold capitalist structures. Normative, the values that uphold capitalism, e.g. normative capitalist values. Capitalist, yup. Things that reproduce private property ownership. Private property ownership is the definition of capitalism to the left. It means normal society that upholds capitalism. Yup, a set of standards or social conventions that uphold capitalism. Exactly. Anything that upholds fucking capitalism. Yes, yes, yes. Exactly. That's what she means when she says normative.
Who sets those rules, and what freedom is there
Turning
to
my mic
change
down a
them
little bit.
over time?
Might be loud.
So, gender, conceived as a normative organization of social reality, a set of implicit and sometimes explicit rules that organize society, is communicated,
Capitalism.
usually, especially when we're young, as a set of demands or expectations, maybe fantasies. And we understand that if we don't comply exactly, there can be painful consequences. So some might fear gender as one would fear any set of norms and possible mistakes, failures, or punishments. But there's something intimate about gender. It's the way that bodies are organized, but also a way they conduct themselves in relation to one another. It's this body, after all, material and singular, that is at once socially formed and acting with, against, or beyond the norms that formed me. Other people, mindful of this intimate dimension of gender, wish for a set structure, one that does not change in time, an identity fixed either by natural or symbolic law, or by the state itself. They fear the variability of gender, not only the different ways that men and women now act, but the apparent fact that the categories change meaning in time, that those assigned female at birth can, yes, become men, that those assigned male at birth can, yes, become women.
That's against Trump's executive order. Congratulations. Another thing that should not be taught at the new college in Florida.
That intersexed people born with mixed characteristics are demanding recognition for their embodied lives, that some people live outside the binary categories of man and woman, either in new categories or in the interstices among them. Have I destroyed Western civilization yet?
Yup. Yes,
Okay.
actually, yeah.
So those who are
Just for people who are unclear, Judith Butler's ideas will lead to the complete and total abolition of all gender. That is what these people want. They can joke around about, oh, I'm saying that women can become men and men can become women. Am I destroying Western civilization? Judith Butler's ideas explicitly will lead to the complete abolition of all gender, both men and women, to create a society of non-binary. That is literally their stated goal. We talk about this all the time. The tertiary goal is the abolition of the nuclear family, which is inevitable if they abolish gender. So yes, Judith, yes. Your ideas will very literally lead to the downfall of Western civilization. And no amount of saying, I'm so dangerous to Western civilization, no amount of playing this off changes the inevitable conclusion of your ideas that are being taught at the supposed anti-woke college in Florida.
settled by what I'm calling the variability of gender, its historical changes, its new vocabularies, are especially vulnerable to those politicians who insist that gender is something called an ideology and, together with other forms of wokeism, are responsible for the destruction of the family, civilization, man, or national cultures.
Yeah.
The anti-gender political discourse heightens the ordinary anxiety that people have about gender, associating and conflating that first anxiety with the generalized fear about the future of the world itself or one's way of life, the climate, the increasing precarity of work, the intensification of wealth among the very few, the open-ended character of brutal wars, the challenges to the homogeneity of national and local cultures posed by migration and displacement. I mean, there are many reasons that people have fear these days. They live with anxiety of all kinds But I want to submit to you that gender is not the cause of any of those conditions that have given rise to a generalized concern about the future of the world. It is said, that gender is doctrine, like totalitarianism, or that it represents the extremes of capitalism. Everybody can choose what they want at any time. These are
I'm sorry, what was that, Judith? Gender represents the extremes of capitalism? Again.
like totalitarianism, or that it represents the extremes of capitalism. Everybody can choose what they want at any time. These are
That's not what people
inconsistent
say,
allegations.
but-
Either it's imposed by totalitarians or it's radical freedom.
Not
Well,
actually
I
the
don't
argument
know.
being made, Judith. You're not even getting
But
your own ideology
the allegations are not always internally consistent, but they do together, taken together, culminate in the conviction that gender is an ideology. Well, what's that? Well, it seems to me that in the allegation, an ideology is understood as a false and dogmatic set of beliefs. Well, I've taught in gender studies for many years, and I understand it as a discipline that is, by definition, interdisciplinary, where scholars from different disciplines come together to think about different methodologies and different paradigms. It's actually defined by a set of problematics or debates, not by statements of doctrine or settled truths. Nobody comes into the gender studies class and is told, you must believe the following things, otherwise you're not going to pass this class. No, that doesn't happen. But there's a fantasy that that's what is happening. In fact, what often happens is that it's a model of open debate. People disagree about everything. Methods, the status of theory, the need for regional ethnographies, the relationship of the academy to social movements. There are, in fact, so many disparate approaches that most courses dedicated to introducing gender studies can hardly manage to include all the points of view that constitute the discipline. I belabor this point only because there are those who would reduce gender to a dangerous ideology and efface the complexity and richness of these frameworks, the many conceptual contributions to thinking about nature, society, power, embodiment, equality. To those who think that gender studies pedagogy is a form of indoctrination, the response should probably be firm. Gender is neither an ideology nor a form of indoctrination.
Again, I just have to ask, where the fuck is Chris Rufo? I understand the guy has like 17 different jobs. Okay, fine, he's busy. Maybe he doesn't know everything that happens at New College. The board of trustees generally don't know absolutely everything that happens, so we can cut him a little bit of slack, all right? Dude's very busy. But this should not be happening at this college.
Embodiment, equality. To those who think that gender studies pedagogy is a form of indoctrination, the response should probably be firm. Gender is neither an ideology nor a form of indoctrination. Indeed, the critique of gender within gender studies is quite productive. It's a framework that allows us to ask, among other questions, how is the social world organized? Through what exclusions and with what potential?
What? Chris Rufo retweeted someone celebrating the civil discourse of this interview? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what, Chris Rufo? Hang on. Hang on. I was under the impression he didn't know about it. And I wanted to see what it was before I started raising holy hell about it. But let me just look at Chris Rufo's Twitter real quick. I don't keep up. Oh, here it is. New College of Florida last week hosted Judith Butler for a lecture and discussion. Moderator Stanley Fish told me the event was superb. Good speech. I promise you. If Chris Rufo has seen this fucking talk and he's saying this is a model for civil discourse, that starts to create a lot of questions for me. That starts to create a lot of questions on the level of why the fuck isn't James Lindsay saying the word capitalism? Why the fuck isn't James Lindsay, who literally wrote a book on queer theory, telling people that the goal of queer theory is to annihilate capitalism as documented in their own documents over and over and over and over and over again? Why is no one being honest about this? If Chris Rufo has actually watched this speech and he thinks in the first 10 minutes that this is acceptable at the supposed anti-woke college in Florida, I'm starting to have a lot of questions. My suspicion, or should I say my hope, because contrary to popular belief, I don't just start fights with people on the internet for no reason. My hope is that Chris Rufo just hasn't bothered to sit down and actually watch this speech, and he didn't actually know what was said. It is also interesting because I did actually offer to teach Chris Rufo about queer theory if him and the people at the fucking Manhattan Institute were going to continue to cover queer theory stuff. I was like, Chris, there's stuff you need to know about this, and I'll tell you about it if you want me to. And I didn't really think he would take me up on it, but I made the offer to say I made the offer so that later, if he got things wrong, I could say, I offered to teach you about this, asshole. If Chris Rufo has listened to that speech and he doesn't understand what is in that speech so far, we're in the first 10 minutes of it, then Chris Rufo absolutely should be taking me up on my offer to teach him what these people actually believe, because if he thinks this is acceptable, he has no fucking clue what he's talking about. The ideas that Judith Butler has literally already advanced in this speech are far left gender ideology and queer Marxism. It's queer Marxism. It's queer Marxism done up in a really nice way where everyone is polite and no, we don't have to be angry at people not using our pronoun. We don't have to yell. It's queer Marxism dressed up in a suit and tie. Now, because we listen to queer Marxism all the time, we know what this is. We can see through their language. Chris Rufo should damn well be able to see through their language now, and if he can't, that is a problem. So I'm going to reserve judgment for the moment. But I am going to make a big stink about this speech on Twitter. Probably next week. Where we'll give him the weekend off. I got other shit to do. I am going to make a big fucking stink about this speech on Twitter. I am going to clip out all of the parts that are explicitly queer Marxism, and I am going to ask you guys to help me get his attention to say, why the ever-loving F do you think this is acceptable, Chris? What the ever-loving F? And if I don't get an acceptable answer to that, or I don't get an acceptable outcome to that, then I have absolutely no problem going after him in exactly and explicitly the same way we went after James Lindsay for a year and a half, which eventually drove James insane. Now, I actually think Rufo is in a much different position than James. I think Rufo is smarter than James. I think Rufo knows more about what's going on than James. And he will probably try to swat me away like a gnat because I am just a little person and he is at the Manhattan Institute and is probably going to run for office someday and doing all this stuff, and he knows all the right people, and he is in the system, he is in the conservative system, and blah 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 blah. But we'll see. We'll see. Because I might not be as powerful as Chris. I may not be as influential as Chris. But I know that people listen. And I know that I have resources to be able to call his sincerity into question. And if he's okay with this shit, then I'm not okay with it. All I have ever asked for is that people who claim to care about this actually fucking care about it. I don't think that's too high of a bar. If you have literally made your fucking brand and your reputation on being the anti-woke activist, and then you come out and say that what Judith Butler is saying at your fucking school that you are at the board of trustees on, you think that's okay? I have an issue with it because it proves that you either don't know what the fuck you're talking about or you actually never gave a fuck in the first place and you just wanted to build a brand and run for office and go to all the Washington, D.C. parties, darling, and be on all the shows and be on Fox News and do all that stuff. It shows you were never serious in the first place. And that's really, 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 really disappointing. God damn it. No one is real. Literally no one is real. Literally no one. And this is why the left always wins and we always lose, because the people who claim to care about this stuff, who have the biggest platform, who have the most power, who have the most influence, they actually don't give a fuck. Oh. Sorry. I thought the sound was working. Thank you. She didn't say anything interesting, but I'm sorry, they, them. We don't misgender on this channel. They, them didn't say anything interesting. The fact that there is a they, them speaking at the new College of Florida should concern everyone, but we'll go back a bit. Judith is pulling a Uno reverse when she's saying gender studies isn't indoctrination. We critique gender as a framework of asking innocent questions. Yeah, exactly. I'm just asking questions. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, Judith. All right, yeah, communist audio for the win. Okay, it should work now.
Work that allows us to ask, among other questions, how is the social world organized? Through what exclusions and with what potentials? The debates on such questions are open-ended. And for those who have learned from the field, that openness is a promising value to be affirmed. For others, social structure should remain unchanging and based on pre-social differences that can be known apart from any interpretive framework or social meanings. I'm pretty sure that Professor Fish over here would agree with me that there's always an interpretive framework, because that's what he taught us. Those who seek to censor books on gender or to close down the teaching of gender studies are often imposing a doctrine on teaching and research, shutting down open debate.
Those opposing teaching gender ideology are attacking free speech and open debate. Yeah, okay. Yep. According to Chris Rufo, Judith Butler is our friend, guys. She can have civil discourse too.
Who seek to censor books on gender with me that there's always an interpretive framework, because that's what he taught us. Those who seek to censor books on gender or to close down the teaching of gender studies are often imposing a doctrine on teaching and research, shutting down open debate. Right? We have to read the books and see the films and understand the work in that field and have an informed understanding of it rather than receive a prejudicial understanding of it as a kind of dangerous ideology. No, let's be scholars. Let's read carefully. Let's debate. Let's see what's actually going on. Let's be careful and slow and informed and base our conclusions on evidence. That's what we teach. That's what we do. Okay, so shutting down open debate in public life and open inquiry in the academy does not bode well for democracy. And yet this is what the anti-gender ideology movement calls for. It's a campaign of falsification and censorship that strengthens repressive state powers. The book that I...
She's literally spitting in Chris Rufo's face from the stage, and he's okay with this. Okay. Yeah, Derek, she does know what's going on, and this just proves that you don't fucking get what I was saying earlier. She knows exactly what's going on. She knows exactly what she's doing. Every single time you as idiots do this shit, you let them win. So please, if you are gonna be here, don't just shill your shit in my chat. Actually fucking learn. This is infuriating. This is I cannot fucking believe this. This is why the right always loses. And I guess I'm not even surprised. I'm not even surprised. Not even surprised. People want to know why I don't interact with anyone? This is why. This is why. I promise you, every single conservative that claims to be against gender ideology is completely fine with this because Chris Rufo said it's fine, and so it must be fine. Yeah, okay.
Wrote, Who's Afraid of Gender, sought to understand how the intensified opposition to gender fits within the emergence of authoritarian regimes that gain support through the fantasy of restoring patriarchal and heteronormative orders. Okay, so that's a big word, heteronormative, but don't get nervous.
Yeah, what does that mean, Judith?
It'll become clear in time.
We know what it means. Do you know
The
what it means?
more that gender ideology as a phrase is discussed as if it describes something real, this fiction becomes part of a shared and emergent cultural understanding.
Are you fucking kidding me? Judith Butler is literally making the argument gender ideology isn't even real, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not as though there are, I'm sorry to be pausing this so much, but this is infuriating. It's not as though there are entire departments at universities called gender studies. It's not as though there are entire departments at universities all over the country in queer studies. Guys, gender ideology isn't... Judith Butler literally wrote a book called Gender Trouble. Gender ideology isn't even real. I don't know what you're talking about. You're just making this up. It's a figment of your imagination. Ignore all the gender studies departments. Ignore all the queer studies departments. Ignore all this crazy shit that we've been doing for years. Ignore the fact that I wrote a book called Gender Trouble and another book called Who's Afraid of Gender. I don't even know what you're talking about when you're calling it gender ideology. What does that even mean? It's just research, bro. It's not real. It's not like kids are cutting off their body parts in response to these crazy fucking ideas that we've been debating in universities for generations. Oh, it's just not even real. I don't know what you guys are talking about. That definitely didn't happen.
Okay, so that's a big word, heteronormative, but don't get nervous. It'll become clear in time. The more that gender ideology as a phrase is discussed as if it describes something real, this fiction becomes part of a shared and emergent cultural understanding, or what some would call a kind of backlash. The complexity of feminism, feminist history, theory, sexuality, and gender studies as fields and their potential to describe and understand human embodiment in its complexity is replaced by a caricature. So who's the social constructionist here? Okay, but that's just one problem. If the only task were to dispel an increasingly prevalent mischaracterization of a field of study, we could simply demonstrate the different approaches to scholarship and teaching and show why, based on the evidence provided, the caricature fails to grasp the field of study, its institutional forms, its effects on social policy and public debate. The caricature of gender ideology is deployed, however, to incite fear, to identify gender as the cause of public anxiety about the future, and to...
I wonder how Chris Rufo feels about the fact that Judith Butler is saying that the goal of people talking about gender ideology and opposing gender ideology are just trying to incite fear among the public about the future. It's not even a real thing. Why are they so concerned about it? They're trying to create a monster, a demon, to incite the public. They're getting all up in arms about something that's not even real. There is no way in this universe that Chris Rufo actually watched this fucking speech. I promise you. And if he did, that's a problem. That's a very big fucking problem.
Promise a return to a time in which gender binarism and hierarchy could be assumed as unchangeable.
Yes, Yes, I want a time when gender binarism is assumed to be unchangeable. Do you want to know why I want that time, Judith? Because Trump just issued an executive order saying gender is fucking binary. Again?
Promise a return to a time in which gender binarism and hierarchy could be assumed as unchangeable. By the way, gender does not just characterize identities. It's a framework for understanding a major form of power in society.
Oh.
The way it establishes.
Oh, what power would that be? What power would we be understanding, Judith? Is that capitalism? The major power in society, that's capitalism. You've already said the word once. You're using gender to advance an ideology or a thought, a framework against capitalism. Gee, that kind of sounds like queer fucking Marxism. It kind of sounds like you're advancing queer Marxism, Judith. For people who know what that is, most people don't, because they don't listen to me ever.
By the way, gender does not just characterize identities. It's a framework for understanding a major form of power in society, the way it establishes separate spheres and social inequalities and exclusions.
That
For
means
feminists,
capitalism.
gender became an important term in the 1970s through which to describe and criticize social inequalities and the persistence of masculine domination. What does it mean that there?
What does that mean? The persistence of social inequalities and masculine domination. Let's start with social inequalities. When Judith says the persistence of social inequalities, what does she mean?
Social inequalities and the persistence of masculine domination.
The criticize social inequalities. What does Judith mean when she says social inequalities? She means hierarchies created by capitalism. What does that mean? What does that mean? Just really, really bare bones it, guys. Really get it down to the most simple way you can explain this. She's talking about inequity. What is equity code for? Marxism. Equity is the idea that everyone has access to all the resources. Everyone is on the same field. Capitalism is the opposite of equity because capitalism allows some people to have more resources than others. When Judith Butler is saying social inequalities, she's saying social inequalities in terms of resource access created by capitalism. The only antidote to that is equity, which will eliminate the hierarchies or the masculine domination because they believe capitalism created the gender binary of men and women that put men in the workplace, women in the home, men had all the power and all the money. That's what the patriarchy is. The only way to get rid of that is to abolish capitalism. So Judith Butler on the stage at New College in Florida, taxpayer-funded institution, after Trump's executive orders, is literally advancing queer Marxism. And then she goes, but do I look like someone that wants to end Western civilization? Yes!
What does it mean that there is masculine domination in all sorts of cultures? Does it always take the same form? Does it take different forms? How do we understand its apparent generalizability? How do we take account of its specific forms? What generalizations can be said? There's extraordinary anthropological work on that topic. In fact, historians and anthropologists ask about the gendered division of labor. When we talk that way, we're not talking about identities.
The gendered division of labor, that's what we just said. The gendered division of labor means capitalism created the gender binary that put men in the workplace with access to all the power and all the money, women in the home doing the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers in the nuclear family. That is the patriarchy. That is what Judith Butler means when she says the gender division of labor.
We're talking about why it is that certain forms of work generally go to men and others generally go to women. There's inquiry into the gendering of the public sphere, and those kinds of inquiries
Literally
help to
a talk about
formulate
Marxism.
and institute public policies that seek to oppose discrimination, to establish equal treatment under the law, to expose and oppose gender-based violence, to delineate specific healthcare needs, and to inquire into the ways society might be transformed to support greater equality. That's a democratic goal. Justice, freedom, those are democratic goals. Gendered frameworks have proven to be productive in ecological politics, migration studies, and anti-violence policies. It's been affirmed as part of the history of freedom and equality, not only demonstrating how and why inequalities or exclusions exist, but contesting discourses and policies that keep a range of people from flourishing. Do we want people to flourish? I think we do. According to the recent executive order delivered by the presidential offices, January 20th,
Oh, here it is.
gender is to be removed from all federally funded activity, including healthcare, education, and sports. All of this is done in the name of defending women against gender without realizing that women is itself a gendered category, if not the most important gendered category. What we mean by women changes over time, right? Even in this country alone.
Are you serious?
In the last
What we mean by women changes over time. No, it doesn't. There was not a different definition of woman in the 50s as there is today. She's literally doing what is a woman. She's literally doing the fucking meme. Unbelievable.
in 100 years ago, we could ask, are women fit for certain kinds of work? What is their natural function in society? Can a woman be fulfilled without being a mother? These are open historical questions, and the answers to them change in time. Feminism does not need to be protected against gender. Sex discrimination doesn't need to be protected against gender. It's gender studies that has established the centrality of feminist theory and history of equality in every established and respected research university in the world. Every R1 has gender studies.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Every single one of them has gender studies. Therefore, Judith, gender ideology can't be a fucking figment of someone's imagination. You literally have entire departments dedicated to this at almost every major university in the country.
At issue for the executive order is the question, who counts as a woman? And the problem for those who wish to keep trans women outside the category of women is supposed to be solved by insisting that only the sex assigned at birth is the real one, and that gender is a fiction, or worse, a lie, or a disguise, or a distorted belief system. In other words, original sex assignment is imposed by government as the ultimate and only criterion for deciding who does and does not belong to the category of women or men, and only those two. The fact that the state now defines sex in this way amplifies the power of the state to define and order bodies as if the state were a scientific committee, or that it can make the decision about gender, thus depriving people of that very freedom. The effects of this monopolization of permissible discourse are, I think, quite dangerous, for the state now has the power to deny the very reality of trans lives, to strip trans people of their legal status, their social identity.
This is literally, by the way, this is literally what the Mary Nardini gang is talking about in their writings that I'm analyzing for that book I'm writing right now. This is a nice, watered down, toned down way of saying exactly the same thing that queer militants say in their writings. And you know how Judith Butler got introduced to these ideas? Because Judith Butler was involved in queercore scenes in Berkeley in the fucking 80s. Or the 70s, one of the two. But she was 100% connected to queer subculture when it was originally developing back in the fucking 80s. And that is where she got these ideas, was out of that subculture. So Judith Butler, like, I'm not being facetious or even like hyperbolic when I say Judith Butler is literally a fucking queer Marxist. She's just like a nice suit and tie version of what a queer Marxist is.
Their access to health care, their rights to participate in sports, and to engage in educational institutions that reflect the history and aspiration of their lives. The anti-gender ideology executive order gave the state the power to strip trans people of their rights and to efface the reality of non-binary and intersexed people. Should people have their identities effaced?
Wow.
Can people flourish in this world when they are told that who they are does not actually exist? I think they cannot flourish. But if we are committed to universality and we want a world in which all of us can flourish, then it seems to me we honor that complexity and we do not try to deny the reality that exists.
Unbelievable.
The state gave itself the power to decide which science should be considered legitimate in deciding sex determination. I've been reading in developmental biology, and I see that there are at least 16 competing paradigms for deciding how sex determination should take place. But our elected officials went for the gamete theory, claiming that there's a larger and smaller gamete at the outset of life, and that this accounts scientifically for the immutable character of binary sex.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
it really is.
It doesn't always work that way.
I know I'm pausing a lot, but like this is mind blowing. It is, again, like I could have like understood if Chris Rufo hadn't had a chance to watch this. I really could have, because he's a busy dude. He has a lot of different jobs. Okay, fine. You didn't have a chance to sit down and watch a 90-minute speech from Judith Butler, which is probably something you don't really want to do anyway. I get it. What I do not understand is him retweeting someone saying, this is just a great exercise, and oh my God, this was so amazing. That's bullshit. This whole speech is a giant fuck off middle finger to Chris Rufo. So what the fuck, Chris? It's not like you had to retweet someone saying, this was oh so amazing. Oh my God, this is how rational discourse should be. Just watch the fucking speech before you, like, endorse it. Like, am I asking too much? Am I asking too much for people in the public eye to do basic fucking research before they say something? This is so great. No, it's not. It's literal. It's queer Marxism, and it's spitting in the face of everyone that has been fighting against this stuff for years and years and years and years and years. At the supposed anti-woke college in the supposed anti-woke state of Florida. He does know who she is. This is the thing. He knows. And again, this is like, you know what? Am I mad at the left for doing all this crazy bullshit for years? Obviously, I think the left sucks. But it's when conservatives allow this bullshit to happen. And this is a great example of civil discourse and dialogue. I am so much more angry at Chris Rufo than I am at Judith Butler. If Chris Rufo had said nothing, I would be like, okay, probably hasn't watched it. I can forgive that. Whatever. It's mistakes were made. Fine. But he fucking endorsed this. This is great, guys. No, it's actually not. No. And if this is what you're going to allow to happen, then you need to pass the fucking torch to someone who actually gives a fuck and go run for Congress or do whatever the fuck you're going to do. Unbelievable.
Way, even scientifically.
This
the
is
term
not a
immutable
debate.
comes, I believe, from Vatican doctrine, although the executive order claims to be based on science,
Literally
raising the
not a
question
debate.
of whether such a consequential denial of basic rights is motivated by religious fervor or doctrine. Even if we were to take the proposed gamete approach seriously, it seems important to consider that originally all humans come from the larger gamete, which, if we are originalists, or indeed creationists, implies that everyone is originally female. That was, of course, is not the conclusion that the government meant to reach. In general, though,
Wow.
I think if one tries to decide on what basis sex differences should be determined, one has to decide upon a framework and a criteria. All international sports organizations know how difficult this can be given the chromosomal exceptions and the complex distribution of hormones among those assigned male and female at birth, right? So they tried to use chromosomal differences, they tried to use hormonal differences, and they realized that those criteria were unstable. The US government did not consider endocrinology or genetics as a scientific basis for its defense of immutable binary sex. That's interesting. And even the scientific journal Nature tells us why. So which science is being invoked for which purpose? I'm not against science. I actually excelled in biology, and I don't deny the biological reality of bodies, hardly. But I think, indeed, we have to be careful, again, and
Judith,
ask...
you literally call yourself non-binary. You literally started this speech saying, I am non-binary and here's what works for me. And now you're saying, no, guys, I totally recognize biology, okay? Just because I don't have a gender doesn't mean I don't recognize... Okay, bullshit, Judith, come on.
Which framework? There are a series of paradigms in the history of science, as we know, that shift the way in which we think about sex determination in humans and in other species. And it's extremely interesting work, and it is complex, and you need to have some time, some patience, and a capacity to read. Developing literacies in the biological sciences is not so easy for some of us. It is imperative. I'm not against the biological sciences. What I'm against is biological determinism. Okay. What I'm against is biological reductionism. That's not the same as biology. That's both of those, biological determinism and biological reductionism, are social theories that make use of biology to attain certain notions of stability that otherwise would be contradicted by the evidence at hand. Indeed, if we're interested in studying the various frameworks by which sex determination has been accomplished, we would be studying, by the way, gender, because gender is the framework under which we ask questions such as those. In any case, who is to say that the sex assigned at birth is the sex that will come to form one's identity and define one's life? Even the conservative Supreme Court in this country recognized this in Clayton v. Bostock in 2021. It was Gorsuch who actually wrote this opinion. And he made very clear that there's a gap between a sex assignment at birth and a sex that one identifies with in time. And that those who are discriminated against because they are trans are actually being discriminated against on the basis of their perceived sex, which is why trans people should be included and gender nonconforming people should be included as part of the protected class under sex discrimination law.
Yeah, that was a bullshit decision, I'll tell you that.
Supreme Court decision that flies in the face of the executive order. One may well affirm the assignment one is given, right? Assigned female, hey, I love being a woman, I'm gonna be a woman, I'm never gonna change being a woman, this is great for me, this is exactly who I am. That's great, but there is a difference between that assignment and the lived affirmation of that assignment, even among those who are gender conforming. Like, yeah, I was assigned male and I'm a man and that is the way it is and it's the way it should be, and I'm really good with that. And don't be taking that away, that's fine. But note, you were assigned something and then you came to affirm it and embodied it in this life. And those...
Can I just... We have a little less than an hour left to go of this. I'm sure I will make many more pauses. This might go all night, who knows. Can we just meet the super chat goal, though? Because, listen, it's not all about money, but this is an extremely painful experience for me to go through. I'm actually in pain right now. Like, this is fucking crazy. I am so pissed off at Chris Rufo for co-signing this. I'm so pissed off that this happened at the new college in Florida to begin with. I'm so pissed off that no one is questioning this. Can you guys please just help me meet my super chat goal? That'll make things a little less painful. I appreciate you. I could be doing something far more fun now. And if we meet the super chat goal, I promise I will not quit and end the stream in the middle of the stream. We will watch the whole video. And that is my commitment to you. And I will yell and I will cry and I will complain. But can we please just meet the goal? Please? Because this sucks. This sucks really bad.
These are two different things. There are other people who get assigned it and they can't embody it, or it's an existential disaster to even try, right? And there's enormous suffering, and they're not going to be able to flourish if they try to comport with the sex assigned.
You know what? Listen, man. Like, I really, and I mean this, I really do mean this. I don't want to get into public bullshit with Chris Rufo. I really don't. And I disagree with him on some things. And obviously I know he's Jewish funded and all that bullshit. And he's going to toe the line on Israel no matter what. Dragon Balls. Everyone's great. Okay, everyone's sending in super chats. We definitely met the goal. But I'm going to talk right now. Okay, I'm going to talk. Like, Chris Rufo has been a massive net positive. Do I agree with him on everything? No. Do I think he's made some bullshit decisions? Yes. Do I think hiring Christina Buttons and then not firing her after he discovered that she was a hardcore porn star, which I don't think he knew when he hired her, which he should be having a stern fucking talking to with Colin Wright about, because maybe Colin Wright knew his fiance was a porn star, maybe he didn't, but that's fucking suspicious anyway. So I have vehement disagreements with him on many things. I don't think DEI is the most important thing in the world. I don't actually think it matters in the grand scheme. We have disagreements. However, Chris Rufo has been a massive net positive overall. And he has done things that I've said this for years and I will continue to say it again. If Chris Rufo hadn't stepped up into the role that he's in, I would have had to completely put on a personality that is not mine to do the straight and narrow thing, because I would have done it. If no one else had stepped up into that activist role and was playing the political game, I really would have tried my very best to fill that role. Chris Rufo did that, so I didn't have to. So I got to do my thing. So I got to follow my path, which quite frankly is far more interesting to me. I will always be grateful that he stepped into that role, because he did something that no one else wanted to do at the time, okay? I've been around long enough to remember what it was like in 2019 and 2020. No one wanted to do this. It was a thankless fucking job, and he did it, and he did it well, and there's been so many accomplishments that he has that have actually made a real difference. He is one of the few people that's gone out and gotten shit done, and his book is actually pretty fucking great. I quoted his book a lot in my new book, Debunking the Communist Manifesto. Like, it is a really, so he's done many things well, and that's part of why I'm so pissed off right now. It's like, you have the favorite child that always just shows up and just does their homework and they do what they need to do, and then one day that child skips school or something. Like, you're more disappointed in that child than you are the fuck up child, because you expect the fuck up child to fuck up. You don't expect the good one to fuck up. And in this case, Rufo co-signing this speech, that was a major fucking fuck up. But I don't want to be at war with him. I don't want to. I really don't. So I'm really going to try to reserve judgment on this for right now. And I want everyone to be nice to him. And I don't want people to give him shit. All right? Do not do that in my name. I'm not calling for that. He is not James Lindsay. Rufo is far more disciplined than Lindsay. He's far more strategic than Lindsay. Don't go after him, okay? Yet. But I really don't want to. Now I see why, now you know why I sent this after finishing. Yeah, thank you for sending this. As always, you are the master researcher in all of this. Yeah, WTF, Rufo. WTF. Thank you, guys. Dragon Balls with the big super chat. Thank you, Dragon Balls. Love you. Appreciate you. Kristen in with the super sticker. All right, what's our total? Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, 126. Look at that. We met the goal and then some. Now, if you guys want to keep sending me money because you feel sorry for me, or you have something you want to say that you want to make sure gets on the screen, please feel free to do so. But thank you. It does make it a little less painful. All right, let's continue. Fine.
So if we accept the dual dimension of sex assignment, it's coming from the outside and then being assumed in life. Works for some, doesn't work for others. Not sure why we can't live in a world in which we accept that simple fact. Freedom emerges within the constraints in which we live. But determinations, when somebody decides to determine for oneself what is the right sex for that person, they are free to do so. They're also constrained in many ways. And whether one affirms or departs from an original assignment is simply an example of human freedom or agency that is always operating within constraints, including biological ones. But those constraints do not fully govern who we are and what we become. That's what makes us distinctively human. By the way, no one's denying the materiality of the body with such an argument. In fact, the interactive approach to be found in developmental biology assumes that biology and social environment both contribute to sex determination and development. Many feminist biologists work on gender despite the misconception that gender denies biology. What feminism has almost always denied is that biology is destiny. It is not. Nothing in biology alone tells us whether someone will be engaged in reproductive activity, how they will live, or who they will love.
Yo! Judith Butler just said men can have children too. Judith Butler just advanced the argument that we should be decoupling gender from giving birth. Where have we heard that before? Where have we heard the argument of decoupling gender from giving birth? Oh, wait, I know where we've heard it before. And we're going to listen to it again for people who didn't catch it. Because it was a slick move what Judith Butler just did. It was slick. We listen to this shit all the time so we can hear it. But that was a slick move. Where have we heard the idea that gender should be decoupled from giving birth? This comes from queer anarchist literature. We are reading some of those pieces in the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club, which you can find out more information over on the Substack. This is also a topic I have literally covered on more than one occasion of papers and different ideas being put forth at major institutions like Harvard, saying that gender should be decoupled from giving birth. Look, you'll see it right here. This is from Harvard's website, the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. Transhumanism, the idea of overcoming biological limitations with sophisticated technology, envisions a world where medical technology advances to achieve universal fertilization and for fetuses to develop outside of wombs, wait for it, completely decoupling gender and reproductive labor. This is an abolish the family Marxism argument. That's what this is. Now let's go back and we will listen to what Judith had to say again. And I will set the sound up so it actually does work. And I will tell you guys exactly where Judith Butler just made that argument. But I think now if you listen for it, you're probably going to find it. Okay? Ready?
Biology is destiny. It is not. Nothing in biology alone tells us whether someone will be engaged in reproductive activity.
Nothing in biology alone tells us whether someone will be engaged in reproductive activity. Now, what Judith would say if you called her out on this bullshit is, well, you know, some people are infertile, so we don't know if they'll participate in reproductive activity. No, Judith, that's not the actual argument that you're making, though, is it? That's not the actual argument. Because Judith has also already said that gender is separate from biology. Therefore, Judith is making the argument that gender should be decoupled from reproductive activity because you just don't know what reproductive activity someone can do just based on their biology. Do you guys hear this? This is the subtle, slick way in which these people advance these ideas. And then you keep tracking the ideas back and you keep going to the origin of the ideas and you find out, oh, holy shit, they literally want to grow people in bio bags. They want to grow babies outside the womb in bio bags, just like they did on the fucking island. or in Brave New World, or in Logan's Run, or in any of these fucking movies, because that is the origin of this idea. And then how they present the idea kind of trickles down, and by the time it gets to Judith Butler's stage, it goes from we're decoupling gender from reproductive labor to you just don't know what reproductive labor can be done based on someone's biology. And if you don't know the history of this, and you don't know the backstory, and you don't go into their real extreme literature where they talk about this openly, you have no fucking idea what Judith Butler has just said. And that's why Chris Rufo needs to learn about queer Marxism. This is why, Rufo, you need to study this. You need to look at that list of shit that I gave you. I don't care if you talk to me. I don't care if you ever give me credit for showing you this stuff that I promise you no one has ever shown you before. I guarantee you that, bro. But you need to look at that fucking shit I sent you. I'm sorry to be pissed off, but this is ridiculous. This woman on the New College of Florida stage just advanced an idea that is related back to literally growing human beings in body bags as a way of circumventing the nuclear family. I swear to God. This is why the right always loses to the left, because the left says this shit in the open. They write about it all the time. We read their stuff. We know this is what she's talking about. We have heard them say it over and over and over and over and over again. I am literally writing a book about it right fucking now. And yet conservatives don't listen to the things we listen to, so they have no idea what Judith Butler just said. It is fucking infuriating, these people. I swear to God, all they have to do is listen. All they have to do. I have so rarely bothered Chris Rufo. I have never really called in a favor. I've never done any of that because, I just didn't need to, honestly. I was doing my own thing. I wasn't really worried about it. But every once in a while, I send him shit. And I say, you should look at this. You should look at this. You should look at this. He never responds. Busy guy. Got a million things to do. That's fine. But I know he sees it. And it's like, bro, if I'm sending you something, I'm not just doing it to get Twitter clout. I don't give a fuck about Twitter clout. You need to understand these topics. Unbelievable.
Has almost always denied is that biology is destiny. It is not. Nothing in biology alone tells us whether someone will be engaged in reproductive activity, how they will live, or who they will love. The defense of women,
Same
as
one.
some say, depends fundamentally on that insight formulated by Simone de Beauvoir, the insight that biological determinism is simply mistaken. To repeat, one can be against determinism without being against biology. Indeed, biologists would be the first to affirm that distinction. The fear of gender is only possible, I want to suggest, if gender is made into a terrifying prospect, the name for one's fears and anxieties. But that's not only unreasonable, but ungrounded. The very idea of a gender ideology is a falsehood, and it serves, we might say, an ideology.
Judith, then why are there gender studies offices in every fucking university? We're back to the gender ideology doesn't even exist argument.
That seeks to amplify state powers and deny both human complexity and human freedoms. The fear of gender, you can be a libertarian and agree with me, right? You don't even have to be like a left-wing academic.
No, Judith, I have literally seen you give a speech on this exact book, Judith, in which you argued to take away people's private property. I have the clip over on my Substack. Judith argued that to be part of a collective, that no one should own property of their own. She didn't use those exact words, but that was basically what she said. So no, Judith. No. As someone with very strong anarcho-capitalist tendencies, I do not agree with you when it comes to this issue. Absolutely not.
Woke and all that. You don't have to. I mean, this is fundamental to democratic values.
She means socialist.
The fear of gender is incited by those who claim that children are at risk of being groomed, indoctrinated, or compelled to become gay, lesbian, or trans. Children should never be indoctrinated, and their rights against sexual coercion should be protected.
Has Judith Butler used the term queer in this entire talk? The reason I ask, does anyone find it a little suspicious that Judith Butler left queer off the list just then? When she says, I don't think she said queer in this talk. Everyone needs to pay attention for the rest of the talk. We need to identify if Judith Butler is using the term queer. If Judith Butler is not using the term queer, there's a reason for it. It doesn't matter. She's absolutely perpetrating the ideas of queer Marxism. Absolutely, 100%. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is there is a reason that she is not using the word queer. That's slick. Again, it's not as though Judith Butler doesn't understand what queer is. Judith Butler is literally considered to be one of the godparents of queer theory. Why isn't she saying the word queer? Listen again and pay attention. Someone let me know if she says the word queer and I miss it.
Of being groomed, indoctrinated, or compelled to become gay, lesbian, or trans. Children should never be indoctrinated. And they're
gay, lesbian, or trans, no queer. This is literally how easy it is to fool conservatives. Isn't that crazy? This is how she is choosing her words very, very carefully because she knows this is a PR. Oh my fucking God. Judith Butler played the fuck out of Chris Rufo. Judith Butler played him. Oh my God. Judith Butler took this as a PR opportunity to get people like Chris Rufo to say, look, guys, we can have dialogue with our political enemies, and isn't this all nice? Because people like Judith Butler were seeing the writing on the wall real quick with the Trump executive orders, and they weren't happy about it. And they knew this was going to happen before he was in office. They've been talking about this since the election. So academics are keenly aware of how this might impact them, right? And so in order to maintain their positions, they now have to go out there and say, look, guys, we don't really want to do these crazy things. We don't really want to do, we just want to have conversations. And this is what she just said. Guys, these conversations only happen in academia. That's provably not true. You don't have to be afraid of us. You don't have to fire us or eliminate our jobs or any of that. Like, you don't need to worry. This is the fucking PR tour. This is how these ideas stay in universities in the second Trump era. Because Judith Butler's going to go out there and she's going to put on the suit and she'll be like, you don't need to, she said this earlier in the speech. She said, I understand that some people might not use my they, them pronouns. Judith Butler wouldn't have said that a year ago. Are you serious? This is literally we're not so scary conservatives. You don't have to be afraid of us conservatives. Look, we can have reasonable conversations, conservatives. Please don't fire us. Please don't take away our funding. We're on your team. This is the cleaned up oh my God. And Chris Rufo in New College, beep, 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 fell into the fucking trap. Hey guys, this is a great speech and this is an example of a positive discourse. I have the overwhelming urge to just beat my head against my desk right now. But I think that would really hurt. And I don't want to. But if you wonder why I always say conservatives let the left win, it's literally because they are literally letting the left win. Right in front of us. Right now.
Their rights against sexual coercion should be protected at all costs. But if we look closely at this political discourse, we see that those who attack gender are defending only one doctrine, that which comports with the Vatican's various pronouncements or with nationalist demands to protect the natural.
You made a really good comment earlier, so this is actually a really good point. We all need to be aware of this. Where was it? We all need to start listening for a new word for queer. A new word, like a new code switch. They're still going to use the term queer. 100% they're still going to use the term queer. It's too embedded. That's not going away anytime soon. But what they're going to do, probably with people like Judith, is they're going to start code switching. So they're going to come up with some new word, and we need to pay attention and figure out what that word is. Because they're going to try to rebrand queer. It's not the ideology, guys. Judith Butler, the ideology doesn't even exist. I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
I.e., heteronormative family. That's Viktor Orban's view. Those who defend doctrine over open inquiry are at the forefront of the anti-gender movement. They do not serve children when they deprive them of health care they require. They do not protect children when they ban books that will let them know about the complex family arrangements in this world, the different ways of loving and being.
That was a call to abolish the nuclear family. By the way, she's made repeated digs at the family in this whole thing. She just made a dig a couple minutes ago about the family. She just made another call to abolish the family. Yeah. That's abolish the family Marxism right there. You guys all heard it? Let's listen again. People just have complex family arrangements, and children need to learn that there are more families other than the nuclear family. That means polyamory.
That which comports with the Vatican's various pronouncements or with nationalist demands to protect the natural, i.e., heteronormative family. That's Viktor Orban's view. Those who defend doctrine over open inquiry.
She just made the argument that the nuclear family is not normal, or natural rather, not normal, natural. Listen again. The people who defend the idea of the natural nuclear family, that means biological nuclear family, which is something they're trying to abolish.
Doctrine, that which comports with the Vatican's various pronouncements or with nationalist demands to protect the natural, i.e., heteronormative family. That's Viktor Orban's view. Those who defend doctrine over open inquiry are at the forefront of the anti-gender movement. They do not serve children when they deprive them of health care they require. They do not...
A call to trans kids at New College of Florida. New College of Florida now endorsing transing of kids. Rufo endorsing speeches that say we should be transing kids. Because he didn't listen to the speech before he did that.
Protect children when they ban books that will let them know about the complex family arrangements in this world, the different ways of loving and being. The right to education should be part of any democracy, and no one should be hiding books in the basement that bring an enriched understanding of gender and sexuality into the world. You should be free to study such fields without fear of reprisal. And trans people should be free to live their lives as they...
Do you know why I know? Do you know why that kid just said, or put the books in the dumpster? Does everyone remember this? Judith Butler's talking about, you shouldn't be hiding the queer books in the basement, guys. People should have access to this, which, by the way, is against what Ron DeSantis' policies are in Florida. But okay, so that's against the Florida state government. And then someone in the audience said, or put them in a dumpster. Does everyone remember where the dumpster came from? Does everyone remember this? Chris Rufo did a big PR stunt with the New College of Florida where they got all the DEI books out of the DEI offices and put them in a dumpster. And there was a big photo op on Twitter, and it went all over the place like, look, guys, we trashed all the DEI books on campus. Unbelievable. But New College of Florida is totally anti-woke, guys. Totally.
They are without the fear of violence or pathologization. So let us remember that censorship seeks to shut down both knowledge and imagination, two key values of education.
Yes. Yeah.
And it does not.
That was a direct, when that kid yelled the dumpster thing in the audience, that was a direct dig at Chris Rufo. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Let's just rewind that. And she didn't like that either. Because remember, Judith is on a PR tour. Judith is on the, we're really not that dangerous conservatives. Gender ideology isn't even real. She's on the PR tour. So she didn't like that being yelled in the audience.
To the world. You should be free to study such fields without fear of reprisal. And Okay.
Yeah.
And trans people should be free to live their lives as they are without the fear of violence or pathologization. So let us remember that censorship seeks to shut down both knowledge and imagination, two key values of education. And it does not let children find their own way, emerging into a world that values human curiosity in the principles of open inquiry. Otherwise, ignorance reigns as human freedoms are suppressed and state powers take over the decision of who you can and cannot be. That cannot be the way we organize this world. Thank you.
All right, we have about 45 minutes left of this. I'm hoping for a rousing Q&A because that audience of students seems very pro Judith Butler. Again, we need to be paying attention. Is Judith Butler using the word queer? Let's pay attention for that. But I also just want to say, based on the fact that Chris Rufo retweeted that this was a great debate, I'm hoping to see some pushback on Judith Butler's ideas in this half of the presentation from the in-residence presidential scholar. Because if the in-residence presidential scholar doesn't push back on Judith Butler's ideas at all, this is not a debate. This is a Judith Butler campaign speech PR stop to say, we're not really that dangerous conservatives. Let our crazy ideas stay in the colleges.
Is this thing working? Yes. Good. Well, here's what happens now. Oh, someone come and help me.
I think it is. You just have to hold it a little closer.
Hello? All right.
Hello.
All right. There must be some unacknowledged phobia of mine that is working. Okay. I know. I can get away with anything. Now, what's going to happen now is that I'm going to engage Professor Butler in some questions and answers, most of them drawn from the words that you just heard, and also from her recent book. And let me say before I do that, that there has been a long time observation on the part of those critical of Judith Butler that the prose she writes or the words she speaks are undecipherable. Anyone who has been at this occasion knows that that's not true.
Yeah,
And
we
that
know.
that was a
Duh.
plainly delivered, although complicated, discourse calculated to enlighten an audience willing to listen, which is you. Having said that, let me pass to some questions that I have, which, as I said, are already answered in implication by much of what has been said. There's an old, opposition that has been around forever, or at least as long as we've been engaged as a race in this kind of deliberation, and that is the opposition between nature and culture. And I was going to invite you to speak about that opposition, especially as it relates to the idea of biological essentialism, which is so powerfully powerful for many anti-gender polemics. That is, people who say, well, the sexed body is obviously just there. All you have to do is look. It's natural.
They're trying to introduce the term anti-gender to describe people who are against gender ideology. Judith Butler said this several times. The anti-gender people, the anti-gender people, the anti-gender people. He just said it again. The anti-gender people that think that sex is just there. They're trying to say that people who oppose abolishing the gender binary, which is what Judith Butler is advocating for, are anti-gender. And isn't that ironic? Because no matter which way you go in this framework, you're anti-gender. Because the argument that they're making, this is so fucking Orwellian. The goal of Judith Butler is to abolish the gender binary. That's what the patriarchy is. The patriarchy doesn't exist without the gender binary. The gender binary was created by the dominating power structure of capitalism. She already said this earlier. Okay? Her solution is to abolish gender entirely. In Judith Butler's mind, she is being, they, them, is being pro-gender by being in favor of abolishing gender. Well, they're trying to say that the people who are anti-gender are the people who want to maintain that there are men and there are women and there are two and it's decided at birth. And this is happening on the stage at the supposed anti-woke college in New College of Florida. This is classic Orwellian doublespeak. Listen to that again.
Which is so powerfully powerful for many anti-gender polemics. That is, people who say, well, the sexed body is obviously just there. All you have to do is look. It's natural. How do we respond?
Everyone heard that, right? They're saying people who are against gender ideology are anti-gender, which means that the people who are in favor of gender ideology would be pro-gender, except that the people who are in favor of gender ideology literally want to abolish gender, where the people who are supposed to be the anti-gender people want to enforce the idea that there is a man and there is a woman. Everyone understands that, right? Wow. All right. Anti-gender, that's a new term that I hadn't heard before today. Yeah, they're saying that if you are anti-gender, you are literally a fascist. They are saying that. Yep. Maybe I'll put that on a t-shirt. I'm going to make a giant t-shirt that says, I am anti-gender, or something like that. Or maybe just anti-gender. I don't know. And again, you literally don't know which side I'm on. My best t-shirt designs are when you don't know which side I'm on. If I put it on a giant ass shirt like anti-gender, you literally don't know which side I'm on. It depends on which side of the Orwellian doublespeak we're engaging with today.
Or how should we respond to that?
Well, let me take a step back. I think there was a time in feminist theory where the claim was made that sex is nature, a natural fact of some kind, and that gender is the social or cultural organization or interpretation of that fact. So something called the sex-gender distinction emerged on the basis of a nature, culture, or nature society distinction. But as I reflect on that, I think it was probably mistaken because, first of all, we're born into the world in a social setting where sex is assigned and where we start to be treated in a certain way. And so society is there at the beginning. We're social creatures, we're social beings. That's one point. But there's a second point, which is that I think, and this is a kind of ecological point, really.
What are the fucking odds that Judith Butler, the godmother of queer theory, has not read the gender documents that we are reading in the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club? Is it even possible that Judith Butler has not read Towards a Queerist Insurrection, has not read the shit about polyamory and anti-monogamy? Is it possible she hasn't read the Gender Accelerationist Manifesto or the Gender Nihilist Manifesto? Is it possible that we exist in a world in which Judith Butler is not familiar with those documents? I don't think that's possible. I think there is a teeny tiny, almost insignificantly small chance that Judith Butler has not read those documents and does not understand those documents. They, them absolutely has. And the reason that's important is people really need to understand that what is going on right now is a PR exercise. This is not what Judith Butler actually believes. This is what Judith Butler can sell.
That nature is not just a given, and then comes human activity and interpretation and social organization. Bruno Latour has suggested that that idea of nature doesn't understand that there's already an interaction, always, between nature and the human world, and that that the domination of nature has depended, in a way, on all of the activity being human activity.
It would be very interesting to see any correspondence from the New School regarding this event. It would be an interesting exercise to FOIA that information. Maybe we should FOIA that information. Maybe we fucking should. I want to know who was notified about this event, who approved this event, how much did they pay Judith Butler to be at this event. I want to know all that.
Not realizing that nature has its own processes, its own transformations. And we know this, of course, through human aging and through work on epidemiology. We are all the time looking at bodies in relationship to both their biology and their social and cultural formation and interpretation. There's an interaction going on and even a mutual determination that's going on. So whereas my earlier work focused on a kind of performative activity that we make our gender, we institute it over time, I'm much more interested in an interactive and mutually determining framework now, which would overcome the stark opposition between nature on the one hand and
Hang
social
on. What the fuck did Judith Butler just say? I need to listen to that again.
and cultural formation and interpretation. There's an interaction going on and even a mutual determination that's going on. So whereas my earlier work focused on a kind of performative activity that we make our gender, we institute it over time, I'm much more interested in an interactive and mutually determining framework now, which would overcome the stark opposition between nature on the one hand and social organization on the other.
I take it.
Is Judith Butler denouncing her previous work of gender performativity? Because it seems to me if Judith Butler is advocating for the type of framework where we're going to find the compromise between nature and nurture, it seems to me that that would seem to be in opposition to all of her previous work that laid the groundwork for queer theory. And no. She is not evolving. No. That's not what's happening. She's rebranding because they know the gender shit isn't selling. They know people don't like it. That has been made very clear. And so now it's almost like, you know what fucking happened? They blew their load introducing the gender shit to society, and they got away with it for a long time where people kind of went along with it, but they pushed too far too fast. And once people really saw all the kids they were transitioning, they were like people got overwhelmed, they got pissed off, and as rightfully they should, right? And so it's kind of like they pushed the gender shit out too early or too quickly where it overwhelmed people. And now they're like, okay, everyone's pissed off. We got to back up. But their ideas don't change. Never forget this. Their ideas don't change. They are incredibly consistent. They are not changing their tactic. They're just backing up a minute to go, okay, guys, we're not really dangerous. We can have conversations. And they're going, okay, we overplayed our hand. We got to back up. We got to go a little slower now. We got to maybe figure out some different ways to do this. We're going to call people anti-gender now who are actually pro-gender while we, in fact, are anti-gender. This is a rebrand. That's why she's not saying the word queer, too. That's why she's not saying it. Because the minute that Judith Butler starts saying the word queer is the minute people find all the queer theory shit, because it's not usually about gender. It's almost always about queer.
That's what you mean by a
But we
phrase
already found it,
in the
Judith.
book, the co-construction
Yes.
of biology and gender. Could you
Yes.
speak about that a bit?
Well,
Yeah, see, this is really what's going on. You're 100% right about this. The mutually deterring framework is a dialectical attack to get what she wants, finding a new term. This is exactly right. This is exactly right. They're trying to figure out the new language. You're 100% on board. This is crazy. Yeah, it's crazy to see their tactics roll out in real time. And do you guys understand, like, the reason we can see this is because we did the work to watch this shit for years and years and years. Other people can't see this. People who are newer to my stuff, I don't know if people who are newer can see it in the way that, like, you and I can, because we've been doing this for years. This is how they get away with it.
co-constructionism is an approach that one can find in immunology, but also in the history of developmental biology, suggesting that nature has a certain active power that humans in their cultural and social forms also have an active power, that these powers exchange with one another, and that we are a set of exchanges. We are a set of interactions. That's our history. That's our predicament as human creatures. If we think about, even in sports, like what goes into the development of muscle or bone? Well, environment goes into muscle and bone, so does nutrition. Those are environmental factors that become internal parts of the body. Um, our bones have a social history to them, we might say. And when we look at sports competition and we say, oh, that's that person was assigned male at birth, they have more musculature. Yes, it may well be because of a hormonal advantage, or maybe that person had access to a private club as a kid, or maybe they were rich enough to have a coach, or, how do we know which of those factors are going into the development of muscle, the development of bone? So I'm suggesting that we need more complex models that show the interaction of these fundamental issues.
Related is a question that, again, touches on something that you said during your presentation, and that is that those, and I'm here paraphrasing
Hang on.
passages
I need to
in
go
your
back and
book.
listen to that again, obviously. I tried to process it in my head. It just didn't work. Okay, I need to listen to that again.
At sports competition and we say, oh, that's that person was assigned male at birth, they have more musculature. Yes, it may well be because of a hormonal advantage, or maybe that person had access to a private club as a kid, or maybe they were rich enough to have a coach, or, how do we know?
Maybe a child that was assigned male at birth, maybe that child was just born with different hormones, or maybe that child just went to a really good gym growing up. Who's to say? Who's to say what happened? Maybe they were born a boy. Maybe they were wrongfully assigned male at birth and just went to a really good gym. Again. I'm so glad we rewinded. Oh, okay. Okay, I almost missed that gem of a moment. Okay.
Oh, that's that person was assigned male at birth, they have more musculature. Yes, it may well be because of a hormonal advantage, or maybe that person had access to a private club
Yeah. Yeah.
as a kid,
Good gym. Yeah.
or maybe they
fuck?
were rich enough to have a coach, or,
Yeah.
how do we know?
Maybe that person had a bourgeois capitalist father and they were just rich enough to have a private coach. Who's to say? Were they born with male hormones or did they just have a rich bougie father? Who's to say?
Which of those factors are going into the development of muscle, the development of bone? So I'm suggesting that we need more complex models that show the interaction of these fundamental issues.
Related is a question that, again, touches on something that you said during your presentation, and that is that those, and I'm here paraphrasing passages in your book, those who argue that they must be against gender as they understand it because it does harm are themselves doing a great deal of harm which they either do not acknowledge or could not recognize. Could you just elaborate a bit on the harms done?
Yeah.
This is supposed to be a debate. What Chris Rufo retweeted, wasn't a debate, okay. Chris Rufo retweeted New College of Florida last week, hosted Judith Butler for a lecture and a discussion. The moderator of this was like, Judith, a lot of these anti-gender people, they think that you're doing harm, but they are actually the ones doing harm. They are actually the ones that are hurting people. Can you tell us, Judith, how these people are hurting people? Oh This is so nuts.
You're paraphrasing passages in your book. Those who argue that they must be against
Yeah.
gender as they understand it
Uh-huh.
because it does harm
Yeah.
are themselves doing a great deal of harm, which they either do not acknowledge or could not recognize.
Can you please tell
Could
us
you
about
just
that?
elaborate a bit on the harms done?
Can you tell us how they're hurting people, Judith? Can you tell us how the evil anti-gender people are hurting people?
First of all, I think that people have to find their way in a highly gendered world, how to relate to masculinity, femininity, norms about that tell us what it is to be a man, what it is to be a woman. We can't prescribe in advance and insist that these meanings are fixed for all time, because history poses new challenges for us. In fact, one reason we're in this dilemma is that there's been an historical shift where many people do question what is meant by gender, or how to understand their own gender, or how to live in a world that's organized by certain gender ideals that don't always comport with one's.
Well, she's acknowledging they know this is like a turning point. We're at a pivotal moment where a lot of people are really waking up to this idea of gender that I've been talking about for 30 years.
Lived reality. I think that it hurts human flourishing to tell people in advance that they must fit in this category or the other, when their feeling of being alive, of existing, of being an embodied creature depends on changing those categories, or of living to the side of them. And especially young children, those who are bullied for not being properly feminine or not being properly masculine, they are harmed all the time because they're being told there's one right way to be and you have to comport. When actually a world that would allow boys and girls and those who need to live outside those categories or produce their own would be a much more compassionate, accepting world that would allow more people to flourish. So if we're in favor of human flourishing and we accept human complexity, then any effort to impose a set of categories that preempt finding one's way, right, that say you don't get to find your way, you don't get to have a period of imagination or exploration to find your way, to find the place that's right for you. No, you don't get to do that. This is the option, and this is the option, and you belong here and not here. You're dictating in advance, effectively, what a person must become rather than allow them to go through the process of becoming.
Instead of telling you what I just heard Judith Butler say, I want you to tell me in the chat what you just heard Judith Butler say. Because there was a lot. There was a lot wrapped up in that, with a nice little bow on top, so it was very non-threatening. What did you hear Judith Butler say? We're going to go back and listen to it again. But there was a lot in that. And it started with, if you acknowledge human flourishing is desirable and you acknowledge that humans are complex, then you should yada, 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 yada. Does anyone have any ideas of what Judith Butler just said that I noticed? No preemptive categories, no sex assigned at birth. Yeah, she did say that that would be a problem. She talked about the artificial categorization of people and putting them into a bucket of men in the workplace where they have all the power and all the money, women in the home doing the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers, because the categories that Judith Butler was just talking about creating are reproductive categories that were created by capitalism that fundamentally devalues the unpaid labor of the women who bear the proletarian children that will be oppressed under the next regime of capitalism. She's describing radical gender ideology based on a Marxist abolition of gender. That's exactly what she just said. Yeah. 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 In so many words, but that was what she said. Yes, we're going to listen to it again. Listen.
Own would be a much more compassionate, accepting world that would allow more people to flourish. So if we're in favor of human flourishing and we accept human complexity, then any effort to impose a set of categories that preempt finding one's way.
Impose a set of categories that preempt finding one's way in the world. By saying, if you have a penis, you are a man and you are in the workplace where you have all the power and all the money. And if you have a vagina, you are a woman and you are going to do the unpaid labor in the home, raising the next generation of oppressed proletarian workers under capitalism. Anytime they talk about imposed categorization, that's the same way of saying capitalism created the gender binary. This mystical thing imposes categorization on people. Capitalism created the gender binary. That is what she is saying. They, them is saying, whatever.
World that would allow more people to flourish. So if we're in favor of human flourishing and we accept human complexity, then any effort to impose a set of categories that preempt finding one's way.
Bing.
Right. That say you don't get to find your way. You don't get to have a period of imagination or exploration to find your way, to find the place that's right for you.
And if you don't want to abolish the gender binary entirely, then you are against human imagination and flourishing. Yeah, okay, Judith.
No, you don't get to do that. This is the option, and this is the option, and you belong here and not here. You're dictating in advance, effectively, what a person must become rather than allow them to go through the process of becoming. And every kid needs to have the right to become and to find their own way, not to accept a doctrine, not to be indoctrinated, to find their own way to emerge autonomously.
We're not indoctrinating kids in school. We are allowing them to find their own way, to emerge from the cocoon and become the butterfly that they were meant to be. We're not indoctrinating them. We're releasing them. He's like, what the fuck?
Become rather than allow them to go through the process of becoming. And every kid needs to have the right to become and to find their own way, not to accept a doctrine, not to be indoctrinated, to find their own way to emerge autonomously in their body and in the social and linguistic world that allows them to live and breathe and be free of violence and free of pathologization.
Yes, study and brave, Judith. Study and brave. Oh my God, you're so amazing and beautiful and bold. Are you serious?
You say in some of the same passages I was thinking of that one of the harms, perhaps the primary harm at some point, done.
Hang on, we got a $10 super chat over on Rumble, or Rumble rant over on Rumble. Let me see. What did you say? SS Kennedy. Flourishing here is freeing from restrictions of imposed structures of capitalism, like the gender binary, as she said. The process of becoming. Yes, the process of becoming. The process of discovering who you are without the restrictive categories that are imposed by the mystical power structure better known as capitalism. Unbelievable. Yeah, I can't breathe. Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck? And remember, I'm just going to say this every single time we pause to complain. This is at the supposed anti-woke college of the New College of Florida, where Chris Rufo is on the board of trustees and could have stopped this shit had he wanted to. And Chris Rufo endorsed this talk on Twitter and said it was a really great discussion and lecture. Probably without watching it. Because if he watched it and he still endorsed it, that is a fucking problem. That is a big problem.
Gender polemics and programs is to deny the very existence of those they harm. Could you say more about that?
Oh
Yes,
my God. Oh my God. Professor Butler. The evil anti-gender ideology contingent. They want to deny the existence of trans people. Can you tell us more about how the evil anti-gender contingent denies the existence of trans people? This is literally what this old guy just said.
You say in some of the same passages I was thinking of that one of the harms, perhaps the primary harm at some point, done by anti-gender polemics and programs is to deny the very existence of those they harm. Could you say more about that?
Yes, it's actually what I would call an existential negation, right?
An existential
idea-
negation. An existential negation. It's what I call an existential negation.
What I would call an existential negation, right?
Okay.
The idea that a trans person can no longer call themselves trans or have legal rights to define in that way basically says that the way you have defined yourself is diluted,
Yes.
is wrong,
Yes.
is a figment of your imagination,
Yes.
is the effect of an indoctrination, and
yes.
that you don't have the capacity to judge for yourself.
Listen. I have trans friends. I don't care that they're trans. It makes no difference to me. However, I can love them and I can appreciate them, and I could say, you have a mental illness and I know you're dealing with that mental illness by living as trans, and I support that, and I just want you to be happy and I want everything to be okay, but you have a mental illness and we all know that. And us stating that fact does not negate their existence, and it does not mean that it is our obligation to conform to this reality in which women can be men and men can be women, and we can just decouple reproduction from gender entirely. I support your position to do whatever you want to do with your life and your body after you turn 18. Ideally 25, because that's when the brain stops developing, but like whatever, 18 is the age they decided on, it is what it is. When you are an adult, do whatever the fuck you want. If you want to cut off your tits, fine, I don't care. If you want to change your name from Joanne to John, I don't care, and I'll try to be respectful, and I really will try to use your pronouns, even if you use crazy pronouns like Faye, Fair, or Zay, or Zimzer, or like whatever the fuck. I'll try to be respectful because I think that people deserve basic respect and courtesy. However, I have no obligation to say, I think this is a good idea, because I don't think it's a good idea. I think there are probably other ways you could treat it, but like, if you're happy, it's none of my fucking business. But don't expect us to conform to say, this is totally okay, and this is definitely not mental illness. Like, no.
Who you need to be or what language you need to have. We, the state, the authorities who deprive you of your right to define yourself,
You can define
are taking
yourself.
away your freedom and telling you the only
You are completely free to define yourself. You are completely free to wear whatever clothes you want to wear, to have whatever name you want to have. You are not free to fuck up the building blocks of our entire society. You can live your life in whatever way you want to, but we are not obligated to co-sign with that or to support that or to allow your personal decisions to undermine every pillar of society. But you can do whatever you want. I'm not going to stop you. Like, go to it, man. I really do hope you have a good life. Honestly, we can be friends if you want. We can hang out. We can have beer, whatever. But do you get to change society? No. You get to do whatever you want in your house, though.
possible definition for you, which is a massive imposition on human freedom and human becoming.
Now, related to that, I think, is the issue that you again raise in the book, the people who look at words like construction and performative and equate them with adjectives like fake and unreal. So could you say something about that?
Well, I lost control of performative, I gotta say.
That's
mean,
all right.
I
I
mean,
lost
even-
control of interpretive communities.
You did. You did. No, I mean, whoa. I mean, people said, now you see performative. It's like fake, theatrical, superficial. Oh my God, how did that happen? Um, you know, um, what what I meant, what I meant by performative, I say for the 17th, the millionth time. Okay. Um, what I meant was to say, we embody social meanings. Mm, we we are we are assigned certain kinds of categories. There are expectations. There are other people's desires for us, right? Our parents' desires about who we should be, that we sometimes have to disappoint or contravene. It's not easy. There are social desires to have us conform in certain ways. It sometimes is the case that you're called something, a category is given to you, but you have to figure out how to live that. And you can keep your gender category, right? You're called a girl, you become a woman, then you still have to decide, well, what kind of woman am I going to be? Or what meaning am I going to give to this category? Or I wonder if I could still be a woman and do this and this. Could I have this job? Could I be engaged in this activity? Could I talk that loudly? Could I be that smart and still be inside the category? Or maybe I can help remake the category as I...
We need to figure out. I want to start tracking Judith Butler and where she's speaking. And we need to look for an opportunity where someone, and I'll do it if she comes close to me, but someone else can do it too if it's closer to them. Someone needs to go to one of these talks and ask Judith Butler explicitly about queer theory and queer Marxism. And we need to we need to come up with like a couple questions that are hyper specific around Judith. You gave this talk at the New School where you said that the ideas of performativity really got away from you. Do you denounce your previous work that was an inspiration for modern day queer theory and queer activism? Like, it's got to be, we'll wordsmith it, but it's got to be something like that. I want to find an opportunity to really, we need to watch for webinars she's going to be fucking doing. We need to really put her on the spot and get her on video responding to very, very specific questions around her contributions to queer theory and the evolution of her gender performativity model. That might seem pedantic to some people, but I feel like that's an important thing to do.
I get smarter and stronger and insist on working this way or loving this way, right? So we're constantly...
And had there been an adequate moderator at the New College of Florida, the anti-woke college in Florida, had there been an adequate moderator that understood what Judith Butler was saying and understood what Judith Butler believes and understood the much bigger picture than this, I'm sure, renowned scholar of something that has a library in some university and 18 honorary degrees, I'm sure he's an expert in some things, but he's not an expert in this. I'm an expert in this. And I know what this woman is saying, and someone needs to put her on the spot on that issue. And if the moderator had been competent, he would have done it.
Renewing those categories. And some of us quite deliberately, like, okay, I've been named a woman and there was an expectation that as a woman I would do this. But I am revising what it means to be a woman, right?
Oh.
And I remember, when Gloria Steinem...
You're revising what it means to be a woman?
As a woman, I would do this. But I am revising what it means to be a woman.
Ah.
Right?
Thanks, Judith.
And I remember, when Gloria Steinem turned 60, I think it was, and somebody said, oh my God, I can't believe you're 60. And she said, this is what 60 looks like. And what was she doing? She was saying, yeah, this is 60. I mean, 60 is now past for me, but still, she was saying, this is what it looks like. It's like, oh, you don't look 60. No, this is what 60 looks like, right? You don't look old. No, this is what old looks like, So what are we doing at those? Those are performative moments where the action, the embodiment of the category changes the meaning of the category. That's and we do that. It's an embodied.
Guys, if you look really good at 60, you very literally change the meaning of gender. I personally have, I don't think I look my age. I mean, maybe you guys disagree. I think I look good for my age. So I have, by looking good for my age and having tattoos and wearing a shirt where it goes down over my shoulder and not embodying the traditional feminine examples of what it means and looking really fucking good for my age, I have literally changed the definition of gender according to Judith Butler because I've changed the categories.
Is what old looks like, you know. So what are we doing at those? Those are performative moments where the action, the embodiment of the category changes the meaning of the category. And we do that. It's an embodied, real transformation of social discourse to make it mean something new, to allow it to include more people, to allow it to change meanings in the service of greater complexity, greater freedom, greater equality. I don't know. I'm still not destroying civilization as we know it.
No,
You
well,
literally
not yet.
are, though, Judith. You
In
literally
fact,
are.
in one passage in your book,
I'm
and I'm
perfectly
quoting
safe,
directly,
guys.
no one has said that sex is not real. That is, to say that sex or gender are performative is not to say they're not real, and you go on. But many of us have asked what its reality consists of. And I guess that's what you would think is the content of gender studies.
Well, it's one question that emerges in gender studies, especially as we look cross-culturally at the different
You're saying gender studies is real? I thought it was a figment of our imagination. Oh, you were talking about gender ideology. Totally different things. Totally different, Judith.
ways that sex is assigned, at the different ways in which kinship figures in sex assignment, in the criterion that's used. You know, the term gender was coined by John Money, the sexologist, no feminist,
True.
right? No hero of mine. But when he coined gender in this way, he realized that he was dealing with what he called hermaphroditic infants who are intersexed, and he had no idea how best to assign sex when somebody has mixed sexual characteristics or when it's chromosomally unclear. Like, how do we go about assigning sex in such matters? So gender was for him a problem. It was like, oh, we have an inquiry here. What is the best way to go about assigning sex? How do we determine it? And so he acknowledged that sex determination could be a problem and that there had to be criteria invoked in sex determination. And he tried to do that, and he also engaged in all kinds of surgeries to conform, to try to get infants to conform with his idea of
And he drove them
gender.
insane.
But for him, sex alone
Literally.
was not enough to decide gender, because sex could be complicated, and because there's always a framework within which that assignment takes place. Now, you might think, oh, I'm just using a small community or an exception to the rule, but he allowed us to think about a question that all international sports organizations are thinking about, like, oh my God, which criterion do we use? Is it chromosomes? Is it endocrinology? Is it what, nobody is looking at the gamete issue. So, the executive order is not going to help us with that. But it's been very vexed. And it turns out that a lot of very capable men in sports, assigned male at birth, have less testosterone than some women assigned female at birth. It's like, oh my God. So there's a continuum, and even neurologically, there's some wonderful work done to show the mosaic of brain differences between male and female, as it were. So, what do we do? Are we interested in science or not? It seems to me that when people say this is a biological fact, they're telling me they're not actually interested in science.
One
When people tell me that gender is a biological fact, they are literally not interested in science. Again? Judith? Again?
Of brain differences between male and female, as it were. So, what do we do? Are we interested in science or not? It seems to me that when people say this is a biological fact, they're telling me they're not actually interested in science.
one
One more time, please.
As it were. So, what do we do? Are we interested in science or not? It seems to me that when people say this is a biological fact, they're telling me they're not actually interested in science.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, Judith. Can you DM me that, please? Thank you.
one last question of mine before we invite the audience to ask questions, and this may not be one you want to take up. It goes more to my interest, perhaps,
That's fine.
than yours. But there are times in the book where you speak about the invocation and insistence on and even a triumphant flourishing of something called plain language. Plain language. And I wondered if you've thought of any relationship between the veneration on the part of some of plain language and biological essentialism.
Plain language and biological essentialism?
Well, plain language is interesting because President Trump, in his former term, had his health department try to come up with a formulation that would link gender to sex, and he wanted to insist as well that we use plain language to refer to sex. So there's obviously something called non-plain language, or I'm not sure, maybe obscure language, or language that's not part of ordinary discourse. But the problem is that ordinary discourses are actually quite numerous. And a person can, and I certainly have experienced this myself, move from one cultural situation to another and be identified through plain language in ways that are in contradiction to the next way one is identified in plain language. Right. So people imagine that their perception is transparent, that they know the truth of what somebody's sex is, but they're always, in fact, mistaking it or apologizing. Oh, I'm so sorry, I said he, or...
It's the same thing as thinking they know the truth of what someone said.
Yes, also. But I think when we insist on plain language, and look, I'm all in favor of communicating in a clear way, and if I haven't done that today, then I apologize, because I do want to reach you and I do want to hear you, and I believe in dialogue. I even think Socrates was a pretty great guy. A little rough with his interlocutors sometimes, but they shouldn't have put him to death for engaging in open inquiry, right? Open inquiry. They put him to death for asking too many questions. We're not going to do that, right? But look, when somebody decides what plain language is...
You guys aren't literally going to put me to death for asking questions about gender, are you? I'm totally safe, and I just want to have reasonable dialogue with the right now that you guys control everything so I don't lose all my funding. And
they circumscribe it. It's like, what are they trying to get rid of? You know, like, what are they saying? And it's plain for whom? And
Right.
in what language? Is it English? is it like what about the problem of translation or multilingual communities where there are very different ways of referring to masculine and feminine, and I was in Japan. It became clear that masculine and feminine couldn't be who you are. It actually was simply an inflection of the verb of whatever you're doing. And I thought, well, that's another theory of gender.
So, the title of the book is Who's Afraid of Gender?
Yeah.
Is the answer almost everyone in a certain defensive mode?
I think that gender raises questions for all of us, fundamental questions about sexuality, identity, appearance, comportment, what's expected of us in the world.
We need to go back and watch some old Judith Butler talks, because Judith Butler has been talking about this book for a long time. I think we've actually we watched talks from her about this book before, but I want to go back and watch them again, because, and there are other talks we haven't watched too, so we'll watch something we haven't watched yet, but like something like a year or two old or something like that. I want to see the difference between what Judith Butler was saying a year or two ago and what what they them is saying now. That will be, I think, an interesting exercise. We should watch the Jack Halberstram one. I've had that on my list for like a minute. Can you DM me that, please, Musican? Thank you.
Of power, equality, they impinge upon us from different domains. So, gender, you have to find your way with gender. And I don't think there's a pre-given script, or there shouldn't be, and that means we're all going to have some anxiety about it. But when someone says, like Georgia Maloney, oh, the gender ideologists, if they win, you won't be able to say mother and father anymore. You won't be able to say I'm a mother or I'm a father.
Do you literally want me to show you presentations that have been funded by the federal and state and local governments of them literally saying don't use the language mother or father? Because I have those on video. That crazy idea that if we do this, you would never be able to say the words mother or father. I literally have them on video saying this on like more than one occasion.
Says, like Georgia Maloney, oh, the gender ideologists, if they win, you won't be able to say mother and father anymore. You won't be able to say I'm a mother or I'm a father. It's like, who's ever said that? I've been reading in this field for...
Oh, that's the clip about her abolishing individual liberties. I appreciate that. I literally have them on video saying that. I don't want to look it up right now. If someone else wants to look it up, that's fine, but what the fuck? Who would ever say that you can't use gendered language?
40 years.
Not me.
I have never seen anything like that. There's no such person who's saying you can't say your mother or father. Goodness gracious.
Really? Okay, fuck it. We're doing it live. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let me see if I can find it real quick on my Substack. Here we go. Do I have the sound set up? Yes. January 9th, 2024. Exclusive. Washington, D.C. Mayor funds training to get rid of gendered language like mother, father, boys, and girls. Let's listen to this clip from the training. We did this for a spy stream. This is a Washington, D.C. taxpayer-funded training.
So for the end of our session today, we really just want to break down, okay, we've got the terms, we're going to keep using them and be on this process. What are other things that we can do to make sure we're creating safe spaces? We'll send this to you, obviously. This, as we think about what can we do to dismantle gender spaces, gender inclusive language, right? So gendered language is everywhere. So this is very small, but husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend. You may hear folks refer to their people as partners or spouses, which is a gender neutral term. Boys and girls, we can talk children's, kids, kiddos, young people, everyone, y'all, ladies and gentlemen, folks, everyone. You'll hear me use folks a lot. Just encompasses a large group of people for all genders, right? A lot of us will say, hey guys, especially in the sports space, come on over, guys. You're automatically excluding anyone who doesn't identify as a boy, right? Or that prescribed gender as a guy. And so things like that are just those small catches. I'll still say guys and be like, whoop. And so it's just those quick corrections in the moment of, oh, I'm so sorry. There's multiple people here. Come on over, everyone. Brother and sister, we can refer to them as siblings. And something I learned recently for young people in our life who are the children of our siblings, the term that is being used is nibblings, which I really enjoy. So we'll add that to the list as well. Other things that we can do to dismantle gendered spaces. Sometimes young kids have been taught, right? They live in our society, so they're going to work within the binary. So here are some examples of things that we can respond with. So when kids say, oh, is that a boy or a girl? An example could be, we can't tell their gender just by looking at them. Why don't we just go ask them to play? Or other examples here of when their boys can't do this. Right? Other ways that we can open the conversation to help young people explore gender at 6 and 7 years old is a beautiful thing for them to start understanding that it is a choice, it is a spectrum, and they ultimately have space to decide how they want to show up.
And this is the graphic they have on the screen, and they say gender inclusive language, try switching for husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, partner, or spouse. For boys and girls, say children or kids. For ladies and gentlemen, folks and everyone. For mums and dads, parents, grown-ups, careers. For brother or sister, siblings. And for your nieces or nephews, you can call them nibblings, which they didn't put on the chart. There's more than that. This is part of this program that was literally funded by the city of Washington, D.C., the Office of the Mayor of Education. You had a typo in the signature there, but this was funded by the Office of the Mayor in Washington, D.C. a year ago. So now let's go back and listen to Judith again say, guys, I swear, I don't know what you're talking about when they're talking about when they say that we're going to get rid of gendered language and to tell people that you can't say mother or father. We literally just heard people funded by the government to say like explicitly that and to train City of Washington, D.C. employees explicitly that.
And what's expected of us in the world, questions of power, equality, they impinge upon us from different domains. So, gender, you have to find your way with gender. And I don't think there's a pre-given script, or there shouldn't be, and that means we're all going to have some anxiety about it. But when someone says, like Georgia Maloney, oh, the gender ideologists, if they win, you won't be able to say mother and father anymore. You won't be able to say I'm a mother or I'm a father. It's like, who's ever said that? I've been reading in this field for 40 years. I have never seen anything like that.
You've never seen anything like that, Judith. You've never seen anything like that. How about, Judith? You know what we're going to do? We're going to send Judith Butler this article. Judith, you've never seen anyone say this? Literally, I have them on fucking video saying this. And Judith, the other thing that we're going to send you is we're going to send you the reading list for the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club. People can find it over on my main Substack. That is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You will find an article, if you click on the book club link at the top, called The Dystopian Documents Queer and Gender Activists Are Reading. And if you read the documents on this list, what you are going to find is document after document after document after document literally calling to abolish all gender. That is a major theme of the book club. They want to abolish all gender. They want to abolish mothers. They want to abolish fathers. They want to abolish men and women and brothers and sisters and boys and girls and all that stuff. And they say it literally over and over and over and over and over again in their writings, which I said it earlier. I'm going to say it again. If Judith Butler has never read Against the Gendered Nightmare, which we are going to finish up next week, I would be shocked if Judith Butler had never read Against the Gendered Nightmare. And by the way, I found out Baden, the magazine that was in, they were then the publishers of the Mary Nardini gang's writings. So isn't that interesting? The same magazine that Against the Gendered Nightmare was in was later turned into Contagion Press, which is the publisher that published the Mary Nardini gang's writings. Isn't that interesting? Found that out the other day. I would be shocked if Judith Butler had not read the Gender Accelerationist Manifesto. I would be shocked if Judith Butler hadn't read this queering anarchism stuff. I would be shocked if Judith Butler hadn't read Gender Nihilism or Beyond Negativity, What Comes After Gender Nihilism. I promise you, Judith Butler has read all of these things. And all of these things are way worse. And I mean way fucking worse than the clip that I just played you of Muriel Bowser's training in Washington, D.C. that explicitly said to not call people mother or father. But this is what's going on at the New College of Florida, which is, of course, the anti-woke college.
There's no such person who's saying you can't say your mother or father.
Bullshit.
Goodness gracious. I mean, it's a hallucination.
Except we just saw
Let
it.
me shamelessly rehearse an anecdote from my own academic experience when I was at Duke. I was a member, the president of Duke established a committee to study the status of women in the university. This would have been in the middle 80s. And so as a committee, we went around talking to the different departments and schools. And we got to the medical school. And I think this was the Department of Pediatrics, actually. And I was saying, as a matter of introduction, that we were here to try to examine their protocols, their document, their procedures, and the way in which they organize their practice to see if any of them might be gender specific in ways they didn't recognize. And someone raised, I think, his hand, I'm sure it was his hand, and said, gender specific. I never heard that term. What could it possibly mean? Well, perhaps by virtue of the work that you and others have done, even that person now knows. Thank you very much, Professor Butler.
You are so stunning and so brave and so amazing. Thank you. Thank you for educating us, Professor Butler. You are amazing.
And now, for questions from the audience, this gentleman has been raising his hand.
I agree with most of what you say. In most modern societies,
do
not
you?
just our country,
okay.
there's a presumption of protection of youth.
Yeah, that was a great
And
debate.
The protection of
that was
youth goes
amazing.
to
That was
certain
incredible.
ages, whether it's 14 in some societies.
Who knew such a
18
good
or
debate could
in
happen
other societies.
At the anti-woke
At
university.
what point does youth themselves, a child, should they be given the choice of, well, I'm a boy and not a girl, and I want to be treated that way? At what point should medical society be given the choice
Yes,
of a
Judith.
5-year-old or a 7-year-old that they presume
Great question.
might be a girl instead of a boy, or
That
a
is a
boy
good
instead
question,
of a girl? So
Judith.
they start to treat them in a way that could end up surgically destroying or making them closer to what they are.
This guy's better than the
when
moderator.
Until probably they are at some age to really make that decision, say 16, 18, whatever
Yes,
you
Judith,
want
give us a very
to
specific
choose.
answer to
So
that question.
when should the when should the when should the society allow
And now
kid
the moderator is trying to cut off the guy asking the only pointed question that Judith Butler has been asked so far tonight. Sir, that's enough. That's enough. Stop speaking, sir. You are putting Judith Butler on the spot, sir. New College of Florida.
We get the answer.
is there a is
No.
sorry, I don't agree with you, but that's fine.
Wow.
I think my concern is that when a young person of any age comes forward and says, you know what, I understand myself to be of this gender, which is not the sex assigned to me, that young person be given a supportive environment to find their way, not to be pathologized, not to be denied
What does that
care,
mean, Judith?
but to be
Not to be
given
denied care?
space and time and an environment to explore, because it's true, we don't always know ourselves right away, certainly.
Choosing her
We've all
language
gone
very
through
carefully.
changes where we realize something much later than we thought we probably should. So I don't have an opinion on this topic. People do ask me, they want me to say
Isn't that
at
convenient?
this age. What I think my job is, as a scholar, but also as somebody who is committed to not doing harm to children, is to allow for care and support for a child
What does care mean?
to find their way.
What does care
and,
mean?
I don't think we rush, and I don't think we block. And I think rushing could be a problem, and I think refusing to accept it is a terrible problem.
How about a student question?
And the moderator just cut Judith Butler off too. They're all fucking in on it. They all know what this is. They all fucking know what this is. When Judith Butler's like, we shouldn't block the kid from gender, we shouldn't rush the kid to gender affirming care, but we shouldn't block them. The moderator was like, how about we ask a different question, guys? This is so fake. Just watch that again. Judith Butler was like in the middle of answering, and the moderator cut her off. It was like, no, time for a different question. Let's talk to a student. You want to talk to a student? Let's talk to a student.
Rushing could be a problem, and I think refusing to accept it is a terrible problem.
How about a student question?
Refusing to accept it is a terrible problem. How about we do a student question, guys? Does anyone want to do a student question? What the fuck? The moderator deliberately stopped Judith Butler from answering that question because he knew exactly what Judith Butler was going to say. Watch that again. As soon as Judith Butler says, we shouldn't be blocking kids from gender-affirming care. Hey guys, how about we ask another question? Student, there's a student. We should talk to the student. We're here for the students, Judith. This is a safe space, yes. Wow.
To find their way. And I don't think we rush, and I don't think we block.
Watch.
And I think rushing could be a problem, and I think refusing to accept it is a terrible problem.
How about a student question?
She was literally mid-sentence. Did you see that? How about how we move on now? I know I'm repeating myself, but that was so fucking blatant.
Yes. Do you have a microphone? Wait a minute.
I graduated from New College, and I last saw you at your Verso book signing where you declared your new gender identity.
Veriso Books is a socialist book publisher, by the way.
And now I'm a student continuing in religion, gender, and culture, no longer with Amy, but I have a question about the future of gender studies. I
good.
graduate maybe next year and I'll be going on the job market. Religion and gender studies, whatever it matters, you know, these departments are getting eliminated. The job numbers are very low, if not, you know, negative. So
Dang.
what do you see as a way to fight this type of precarity or deal with it, to keep moving forward, to keep reading the books?
Yes. Yes. Well, first of all, in writing this book, Who's Afraid of Gender, I did a fair amount of reading in the gender and religion journals, and it's an incredible field of study. It's absolutely interesting, and but look, there's a broader question here. How are we going to defend the humanities? How are we going to defend the interpretive social sciences? How are we going to defend interdisciplinary work on the environment, or interdisciplinary work on gender or on migration? We actually are facing a larger problem, which is that universities and colleges are more and more looking to the STEM fields and for fields that immediately translate into profitable outcomes for themselves or for their students. And we need to make a stronger public case for the humanities and for that kind of work, the work you're doing, which is in such an important field. We need to be committed to values, for instance. We need to be committed to thinking about how the world is organized and how it should be organized. We can't just rely on technologies to answer that question, or even instrumental or utilitarian calculations. We actually need to think radically about the values we want to live by and how we want our world to be organized. I think this is a much bigger question, and it has to do with the neoliberal university, it has to do with privatization, it has to do with the STEM fields.
It has to do with the neoliberal university. Does anyone want to guess what neoliberal university means? Why did Judith Butler say that? You know, the sciences are really becoming more sought after fields in the academy, and that's because of the neoliberal university. We'll go back to that in a second. We'll listen to that in a second. We'll do a super chat from SS Kennedy over on Rumble. The statements about not blocking gender affirming care and how terrible is not accepting a kid's made up gender are both against Florida education guidance, and the moderator knows it. Yeah, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I need to update my super chat total. Yes, they are. This is against Florida state guidance. This is against Donald Trump's executive orders. And Chris Rufo seems to think this is A-okay. What does Judith Butler mean when she says the neoliberal university? Let's just listen to that one more time, and then I'm going to show your chats.
Our world to be organized. I think this is a much bigger question. And it has to do with the neoliberal university, it has to do with privatization, it has to do with the STEM fields.
It has to do with the neoliberal university and privatization. So that's our hint, because when Judith Butler says neoliberal, she means capitalist. Has to do with the capitalist university, the university that only is producing people who are going to be oppressed workers under capitalism, and the university is feeding the needs of capitalism, and that's why they're leaning on the STEM fields, because it's all about capitalism, and we must protect the humanities and all the gender studies and queer studies departments and call them something different, because we can't call them gender and queer studies anymore, but we're going to call them something different, probably sociology or some other made-up term that we just came up with, because we need to protect them because of the neoliberal capitalist university that is getting rid of them and banning them, and they still add value to our society just outside of the capitalist order. They mean capitalist. Everyone knows that. This is why, guys, people think that the left control the yeah, there's no fucking there is no there is no way in this lifetime that Rufo watched this speech before he retweeted that. There's no way. And again, if he actually did and he actually thinks this is okay, that is a very big problem. Oh my God. The modern left believes that the university is capitalist. When they say the neoliberal university, they mean the capitalist university. The university is on privatized, stolen land. The universities who aren't trying to produce good, well-rounded members of society by having them go through the humanities and the gender studies and the sociology courses. They just want those math and science people, the computer scientists and the engineers, all because of capitalism. Did Rufo say this? Moderator Stanley Fish told me the event was superb. Good speech. Is this what he said? Oh, is this what he retweeted? Hang on. Let's look at it again. Oh, that was what he... Yep. Yeah, let's just remind ourselves. Retweeted by Christopher Rufo. Who is this Mark person? I don't know who this is, but... New College of Florida last week hosted Judith Butler for a lecture and discussion. Moderator Stanley, who cut off Judith when she was about to say the quiet part out loud, who cut off an audience member when he was asking an inconvenient question. Moderator Stanley Fish told me the event was superb. Good speech. Rigorous Q&A. Yeah, press 1 in the chat if you think this has been a rigorous Q&A. Press 2 in the chat if you think that the moderator is softballing Judith Butler questions and then blocking people from asking her things he doesn't want them to ask. 1 if you think that this is a rigorous Q&A, and 2 if you think that that's actual bullshit. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. I'm so angry. I'm not angry, but I'm just like, it's so aggravating. Yeah. Okay, so 2 is people who do not think this was a rigorous Q&A. This is not a rigorous Q&A. There's been no moderator. There's been no discussion. This is not rigorous. This should not be happening at the anti-woke university. What the fuck is this about? Hosting Judith Butler's apology tour and rebranding exercise to try to convince everyone that I don't really believe in radical gender ideology. No one has ever said we need to eliminate the language mom and dad. I don't know what you're even talking about. This is a staged PR event, nothing more. And why the ever-loving fuck is Chris Rufo co-signing this?
And the future of the humanities. And Stanley probably has more to say on that than I do.
Not here.
Not here.
Okay, in the back? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
Hi.
No,
Microphone.
no. It was the young lady, yeah. I think. Maybe not. I don't know, no.
Is gender entirely coercive? And if it is it possible at all for humanity, human people, human individuals to flourish within that coercive framework?
The question is gender entirely coercive? And if it is entirely coercive, then how can human beings possibly flourish under gender?
Within the what?
Which is the coercive framework?
Is gender entirely coercive?
Oh no,
And
a lot of people love their
That's
gender.
true.
Are you kidding?
That doesn't mean it's not
I mean,
coercive,
some
Judith.
people really love the gender that they're like doing it. They're loving
Judith, if I was forced with a gun to my head to wear black clothes every day because I like black and I just think it looks good, well, I wouldn't. Let me start again. Let me strike that, reverse it. If someone came into my house and held me at gunpoint and said, "You are going to wear black clothes every day, and I'm going to shoot you if you don't wear black clothes every day," I would be being coerced to wear black clothes. But I would also not be entirely upset about wearing black clothes because I wear all black clothes every day. Almost. Sometimes I wear red, but if I had to wear black all the time, that'd be fine. So just because you like something doesn't mean you're not being coerced into doing that thing. And Judith Butler's ideology is that literally everyone is being coerced into a gender category as long as the gender binary exists. So now she's lying.
It. They want it. They don't want anybody taking it away. And I think that's fine. I think that's great, you know? But given that some people love being the gender they are, imagine what it's like not to love it or not to be able to embody it, right? I think we have to realize there is that spectrum where sometimes gender norms are really coercive and other times it's like, oh, this is fun or this is great or yes, this is me. Or there's maybe some ambivalence or disidentification, but you make your way through. I don't think it's just coercive. No, I wouldn't say that.
I'll get the microphone.
This is insane. This is actually insane.
As a piggyback on the question of coerciveness, is there a relationship between our current society's gender expectations, which we understand can look a lot of ways, but, you know, painting in broad strokes, and the expectation of productivity, money-making, efficiency, etc.?
I think that's a great question. I'm not sure I have an immediate answer to it, except that it affects women and men very differently because it also connects with family, presupposes that somebody's doing the reproductive labor of family.
Don't fucking tell me Judith Butler doesn't know what gender ideology is. Let's listen to that again, shall we?
Question of coerciveness. Is there a relationship between our current society's gender expectations, which we understand can look a lot of ways, but, you know, painting in broad strokes, and the expectation of productivity, money-making, efficiency, etc.?
Patriarchy. That's what that meant. Now Judith Butler's pondering it like she's thinking about it. She already knows the answer, by the way.
I think that's a great question. I'm not sure I have an immediate answer to it, except that...
So basically, the student literally just asked Judith Butler in so many words. The student was like, Judith, do you think capitalism created the gender binary? And now Judith is going to be like, well, you know, that's a very difficult question, but certainly there are gendered expectations around people based on whether or not they have reproductive capabilities. So yeah, the students are playing along with the language game now. Judith, don't you think that capitalism created the gender? That's basically what this kid said. Listen.
Is there a relationship between our current society's gender expectations, which we understand can look a lot of ways, but, you know, painting in broad strokes, and the expectation of productivity, money-making, efficiency, etc.?
You guys heard it, right?
I think that's a great question. I'm not sure I have an immediate answer to it, except that it affects women and men very differently because
that's what the
it
patriarchy
also
is. Yeah.
Connects with family, presupposes that somebody's doing the reproductive labor of family, and who's
the
doing
unpaid
that?
Labor.
And how does that get worked out?
How does that get?
But I think
how can you even figure out who's doing the reproductive labor in the family? Guy, is it possible? How can a family be expected to work out who's doing the reproductive labor?
Hyperproductivity, uh, um, acting as an investor or acting as a profit-seeking person involves
a profit-seeking person. A profit-seeking person. That's a term for capitalist I hadn't heard before. A non-gendered capitalist. Oh God, yes. Oh, I'm gonna make sure this says profit-seeking person. They're not. Judith is not saying the word capitalism. Again, just because that was really funny.
Acting as an investor or acting as a profit-seeking person involves a evaluation of activity and of amassing wealth, or as engaging
Amassing
in
wealth?
certain kinds of risk-taking, and that can
Starting a
become
business?
very masculinized. It can
Oh
become
my fucking God. Judith Butler is saying that people who start a business or like are in an overly masculinized profession or are engaging in certain kinds of amassing wealth activities. Listen to this. This is only funny, by the way, if you have watched queer Marxism and gender ideology content with me. If you've done this, this is fucking hilarious. If you are new to my content and you're like, why is Carlin like dying laughing? It's not going to be funny for you because you're new to my content and you haven't heard this shit 18 Ways from Sunday before. But Judith Butler is trying to come up with a really inoffensive way to say capitalism created the gender binary, which put men in the workplace where they had all the power and all the money, and women in the home doing the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers in the nuclear family, and that created a gender hierarchy in which men were on top and they had all the power, and women were in the home and they were on the bottom of the hierarchy and they had no power, and that is the patriarchy. And then the women gave birth to the children that became the next generation of proletarian workers to be oppressed under capitalism in the nuclear family, which is called social reproduction theory. Like, that is what Judith Butler's saying, but she's like meandering around to say like every part of it in a different way, to be like inoffensive and to try to mask the language, but that's what she's saying. Profit-seeking person, amassing wealth, risk-taking activities. Risk-taking means you're opening a business. You are becoming a capitalist. Those are all euphemisms for the term capitalism. You have a great clip of Judith Butler from 6 months ago predicting they were going to have to do this with the language change. Seriously, can you find that clip and send it to us? Because this is actually insane. Yeah. Venture capitalism is risk-taking. Yup. Thank you. Again.
I think hyperproductivity.
Hyperproductivity.
Acting as an investor or acting as a profit-seeking person involves a evaluation of activity and of amassing wealth, or as engaging in certain kinds of risk-taking, and that can become very masculinized. It can become a kind of, like Milei in Argentina has some people have said he has masculinized financial risk. Like it's the masculine thing to do, to take a big risk with your money, and not to worry so much about being a provider anymore. So he's taken the ideal of masculinity away from being a father who's responsible for a family into the market where risk and gambling is the new man. So there are complex
made all
ways
that up,
of
by the way.
understanding this, and I don't have time to do your good question justice.
Wow, Judith. Wow.
So you've been hinting and talking on how gender is such a societal construct of which we have the signs of where the men go, women go. We have the spaces. So when we're looking at societal and rights, how do you balance a trans person saying they have the right to use whichever bathroom they want to use, what they align with, and the dad with 2 young daughters says he has the right to know who's in the bathroom with his daughters. So how do you balance 2 seemingly controversial, conflicting rights when in a societal space?
So that's obviously a conservative student, which is good. It's good they're getting up there and asking questions. I wish that someone had actually taught that conservative student what questions needed to be asked. Because that student is repeating the talking points of conservatives. Don't you think that the father with 2 young girls has a right to send his girls into the bathroom? Okay, fine. But that's actually not the best question to ask Judith Butler if you want to expose her for what she is, because she's going to have some fake pre-rehearsed answer to that whole thing. That's just not a good question because it doesn't actually get to the core of what her ideology means. It's just a conservative narrative talking point. So that's not the student's fault. He's young. Sounds like a he. I'll non-gender the pronouns. They, them are young. They're trying. They're students. I don't begrudge them that. But someone should have taught him. And this is the point of why conservatives always lose.
I have 2 things to say. One, if there are stalls, I don't really think we have a problem. 2,
and I'm sorry, I almost missed the headline, which is Judith Butler just said that it's perfectly fine for men to use the same bathroom as 2-year-old girls as long as there are stalls at the New College of Florida, which is the supposed anti-woke school. Again, let me just play that again without me yapping, just so we can, do the whole thing.
Societal and rights, how do you balance a trans person saying they have the right to use whichever bathroom they want to use, what they align with, and the dad with 2 young daughters says he has the right to know who's in the bathroom with his daughters. So how do you balance 2 seemingly controversial, conflicting rights when in a societal space?
I have 2 things to say. One, if there are stalls, I don't really think we have a problem. 2, I think that those who have fear about the bathroom are imagining that a trans woman is actually a man, and if that person is actually a man, then they have the most nefarious possible desires that any man.
If you are concerned about young girls using the same bathroom as trans women, which you can just be trans by declaring that you're trans, then you are just trying to convince yourself that the trans woman is actually a man. You are under the delusion that the trans woman is really a man, when in fact they're not a man. They are a woman because they're a trans woman. Are you shitting me?
Bathroom are imagining that a trans woman is actually a man, and if that person is actually a man, then they have the most nefarious possible desires that any man has ever had, right? Like worse than the men we know in life. Like certainly not my son, certainly not my brother, right? Just, a kind of attribution is made. And it happens, I think, in the prison example as well. the fear that a trans woman in a woman's prison will do harm to other women. Well, what are the statistics on that? I know
Judith Butler just advocated for trans women to be in women's prisons on the stage at the new college in Florida, the anti-woke college, because they definitely won't hurt the biological women. Because if you don't want trans women in the same jail as biological women, then you're just assuming that they're absolutely going to do the worst. And trans women, are you fucking shitting me? Just when I think this presentation, like, we only have 9 minutes left of this presentation. Can this presentation not get any more shocking? Please? Because it just keeps going up and up and up and up and up and up.
of 3 examples. But if we ask who is harming women in prison, it turns out it's guards, right? And they're cis, and they're, overwhelmed.
It's not the trans women that are harming women in prison. It's the guards, and therefore we should abolish the prisons and abolish the police and abolish the prison industrial complex, because Judith Butler is a far-left radical revolutionary socialist, and they believe in complete prison abolition, and they don't want there to be prisons, and they don't want there to be guards, etc., etc., etc. So no, we should, oh my god.
Overwhelming abuse of women by guards. But why aren't we focusing on that? Why do we take the exceptional moment and say, oh, this is what trans women really do? They attack young girls in bathrooms and they attack women in women's prisons. It's like if you were to take a couple of examples and of what it means to be, say, of a Jewish person who has engaged in a corrupt financial activity, and then you said, on the basis of those 2 or 3 examples, I'm going to say that all Jews are that way, we would say you can't say that.
That was a great example. Obviously, we agree with Judith Butler that we would never say that. We would never say that. We would absolutely never say that. That would. We love Jews. No anti-Semitism allowed.
And they attack women in women's prisons. It's like if you were to take a couple of examples and of what it means to be, say, of a Jewish person who has engaged in a corrupt financial activity. And then you said, on the basis of those 2 or 3 examples, I'm going to say that all Jews are that way. We would say you can't say that.
Yeah, we would never say that.
Right? We would say that's anti-Semitic.
It is.
And if you did the same thing with a black person who committed, all black people. No, we stop people. We say that's a false generalization. What are you doing using that example as the paradigm, as a model for understanding? That is not the way it goes. Plus, it doesn't understand the destruction of masculinity that a trans woman actually lives. So nobody has bothered to actually think about what the trans woman's relationship to masculinity is, even to masculine privilege. So yeah, I have obviously a lot to say about that.
Just wanted to ask you that what's the percentage of trans people today versus in the 1960s, and why?
It's such a good question. I don't have that answer. And I'm not sure who would be collecting that data. I will say that obviously the issue of trans has become a huge public issue so that people are talking about it more, and we do see more and more people coming out, but I don't have that data. I don't even know how I would get it.
Also, wouldn't it be the case, Judith, that something now has become visible in a way that it probably wasn't before, you and I both remember when Christine Jorgensen suddenly emerged in the world, and the assumption was that she was the only person who had ever undergone any such transformation. But though now we know how many people, let's say in the American 19th century, were living lives that were not the lives assigned to them by midwives at birth, and we only know either by memoir or by later revelation.
Yeah.
So it might be a case of now that everything is more open and public, that the numbers seem larger.
Yeah, that may be true.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
We're almost done. We're
I was
almost
gonna
done. This
give
is
the mic
crazy. I cannot believe how long this has
Yeah,
gone on.
yeah. Raise your hand. No, you. No, not you.
Not you. He's not calling on you. I don't know why he's not calling on you.
All right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, stand up.
It's not cool, man.
Thank you, Dr. Butler, for coming.
No.
I'm sorry. Here you go.
I'll take the thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is peak queer. They're deciding
As you may know, in the past 2 years, you are today speaking at an institution that has no longer a gender studies program and has stripped its Gender and Diversity Center of its library and its resources. And I wanted to ask you what it means to be speaking today and what inspired you to speak today and what do you have to say to the trans and queer community here still at New College?
Good question. Yeah, good question. Do you guys notice this nodding thing? This is what leftists do when they're being asked a question and they want to appear thoughtful. We see this over and over. They do this like really aggressive, like. We've seen this over. You guys, you know what I'm talking about. This is like a leftist thing. Conservatives just sit there and look at you. Leftists go. Because they want to appear to be like empathetic. They're affirming. Watch her body language.
Queer community here still at New College.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, one of the main reasons I'm here is to try to make the case that gender studies should be reinstated.
What did I say? Judith Butler is on a PR tour to get gender studies reinstated, and she started at New College, the anti-woke college in Florida, and they let her do it. And Chris Rufo thinks this is just great. Judith Butler is calling for gender studies to be reinstated on the stage at the New College in Florida, and Chris Rufo doesn't see a thing wrong with this. Wow.
But also, if anyone's interested, I can actually show you why the major research institutions in this world all have lively gender studies programs, and I can show you how they're organized and why it works and how many people benefit from it and why it's not a indoctrination or an ideology, why it's actually a field of study that produces an array of opinions and theories and paradigms and forms of knowledge, not all of which agree with me, by the way. I'm also highly criticized in most gender studies classes. So, you know, I'm but one perspective, and there are people who definitely take different ones from me, and that's extremely important. We haven't even talked about anti-colonial or decolonial feminism. We haven't talked about black feminism. We haven't talked about ecofeminism and the relationship of that to queer theoretical paradigms.
Oh, she said the word queer. She said queer. She said queer. By the way, everything Judith Butler just said is just a different form of anti-capitalist ideology. Anti-colonial, decolonial is anti-capitalism. Ecofeminism is anti-capitalism. Black feminism is anti-capitalism. Queer theory is anti-capitalism. Literally every single thing that Judith Butler just said is just a different form of anti-capitalism.
very much in tension with trans paradigm. You know, we could go on for some time thinking about gender in law, gender in medicine, gender in history. But these are lively, important debates, and debate is at the center of these forms of knowledge. We all become smarter through engaging in disagreement, by holding each other to different kinds of standards, by asking each other to back up what we're saying. I've become a better thinker over time because of my critics, and I'm happy about that. We don't all sing in unison, that's for sure. So yes, I'm here especially because you did undergo the closing of those programs in 2023, and I followed that. And I would like to suggest that there are ways to reconsider that decision to make this place equal to the best research institutions of the world.
The new College of Florida is not equal to the best institutions into the world unless it has gender studies.
Well, that answer just about coincides with the time that we have.
That's all we have, guys. PR tour
To
done.
thank Professor Butler for an
Rigorous
engaging clarity
Q&A. Yeah.
and a willingness to answer all questions in even and considered tones, and therefore provide for us a model
I did see that.
of what she is
I wanted
recommending.
to watch that.
Thank
you, Reagan, for reminding me. Wow. Okay. Chris Rufo really should denounce this. This stream is over 4 hours long because this presentation was so absurd. This is probably the best thing we've watched so far this year in how crazy this presentation was and just how crazy the language was. He needs to watch this. And I'm sorry. Like, I want an answer. Why is this allowed? Is the new College of Florida still the anti-woke college, or have they given up and moved on to something else? Because that was wild. And I don't know any reality in which that presentation happens at the anti-woke college in the anti-woke state. I know I'm just saying the same thing over and over again at this point, but that was mind-blowing. That was crazy. I don't really have anything else to say about that, man. I don't have anything else to say. But I will tell you that I will be back tomorrow for Socialism Saturday. We are actually, maybe I'll even show you guys what we're going to watch tomorrow. Hang on, let me see if I can get it up. I'm going to show you what we're going to watch tomorrow for Socialism Saturday. Now, reminder, Jennifer is doing ABCs and double Ds tomorrow after Socialism Saturday. So that's basically where they do a Mystery Science Theater 3000 takeover in the Discord. They should have done it last week. They forgot. They're doing it this week. Just loading what we're actually going to watch tomorrow so you can see. Actually, was it this or was it something else? Was it this? I think it was this. So what we're going to be watching tomorrow is about the history of the ACT UP movement. The ACT UP movement was basically one of the first, big queer activist pushes. They didn't call it then, but this was like the beginning of militant queer activism. The ACT UP movement was a very it was basically an aggressive campaign to get Ronald Reagan to fund research against AIDS and HIV in the 80s, and they used all these crazy tactics, like really getting in people's faces. They had a famous poster that said "Silence equals death" with a pink triangle on it, and so this was the movement that morphed into Bashback, which was like really the first militant queer movement. And Bashback, the same people that did Bashback were in the Mary Nardini gang, which is the book that I'm currently working on called Be Gay, Do Crime, the story of the Mary Nardini gang, as a way to tell the story of the rise of militant queer activism, which is a history that a lot of people don't know and they don't understand. So tomorrow we're going to be watching this presentation all about ACT UP, from Columbia University, actually, of all things. And so that's what we're going to be doing at 6 p.m. tomorrow for Socialism Saturday. And then at 10 p.m., I believe, 10 p.m., I think, maybe 9 p.m. Okay, 9 p.m. Let's just say 9 p.m. After Socialism Saturday, Jennifer and her husband, Mr. Jennifer, are going to be hosting Orgasmo to watch it and do a Mystery Science Theater 3000 commentary over it in the supporter Discord. And this is for ABCs and double Ds, where they're watching B movies and they're doing commentary over them. And then on Sunday, we're watching The Island, I think. And then on Monday, I forget what Mac B is doing, but he's going to have a great movie on Monday. If you want to get access to my supporter Discord and get access to all of these amazing movie nights, head over to my main Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. And check out the digest email, which comes out once a week. And what you do is you scroll all the way down to the bottom, and underneath that red box, you're going to find access to my supporter Discord. Just let us know you came from Substack, and we'll let you right in. And you can come and join us for movie nights. We do them a couple times a week. Usually we're doing 3 this week just because we are. Also, we have Bitchcraft tomorrow at 3 p.m., which I will be sending out the link. You can find the link on the Substack, but I will be sending out a reminder. Bitchcraft is like an open Zoom call where we get together and we talk and we craft and we just hang out for a couple hours before Socialism Saturday. We do that once a month, and we are doing it tomorrow, so you can join us there. If you want access to that, head over to my Substack. Sign up as a supporter of my work, because no one else is showing you this stuff and taking the time to walk through it, and so I'll do it. And you guys fund my ability to do this because I'm 100% completely funded by you. I have no political masters. I can say whatever the F I want, and my only job is to tell you guys the truth and show you the receipts. And if you feel like it, you can head over to the Red Menace Collective Substack, which is a different one where I post my book chapters before they actually become a book. You can read the first and the second chapter of my new book, Be Gay, Do Crime, which will be coming out publicly on May 1st, but you can actually read the book as I'm writing it over on the Substack, and it's coming out really good, and I'm really proud of it. And I'm going to be working on the 3rd chapter now because I was almost finished with it earlier, and now I'm going to go back and finish it. So there'll be another chapter very soon, and it's awesome. And that's all we have. That is all we have. I leave again extraordinarily disappointed in humanity, but at least we're all together. Happy Friday, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Have a good one. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.